Good morning, SWTOR. Welcome back to another Extra Life live stream. We are continuing our Bounty Hunter playthrough. So we got some bookkeeping, housekeeping that all good bounty hunters have to do this morning. Just kind of a normal update. I went through, cleaned out the inventory. You'll notice they did another UI interface update. They added back these kind of little sections inside the squares that were in the old system. The UI has gone through some relatively big changes. Thanks. So, they added this new style, and then they had these huge bright boxes on it, and everything else was plain. Then they took the bright boxes away, but the background was still solid. And in the last update, they added the little icon-y little things back in. The other thing that they have changed that we're taking advantage of is weapons are now available in the outfitter. So you can actually put whatever visual weapon you want, but this is where you get your stats. So, if you get a weapon like this that you want the gear stats from, but you don't like how it looks, you can now cosmetically change that. So this is the weapon that will be on the character. If you look at that, this is the weapon that he is actually using for stats. So I went ahead and set that up as well. All right. So for housekeeping, we always check our mail from last week. Only one this time. If you remember, we did Quesh last time, and so this is an apology because we went into an ambush. So it's the company that was used for that, basically trying to bribe us for 5,000 credits. All right, as a good bounty hunter leader person, we should probably check in on our crew. So we'll go ahead and do that here real quick. See what Mako has to say.
Remember the SIS project number I found? 32? Turns out if you search for it in enough super secret Republic databases, it gets noticed. Ran into a little, trouble. Like, if I keep doing this, the chance of mysteriously disappearing goes up dramatically, sort of trouble.
Doesn't sound so bad. You let that scare you off?
Thought I'd ask you to test it. Maybe the billion or so agents I'll send just hand out free candy. Figure there are other, less hazardous channels I can look into. I'll, let you know if I decide to do anything stupid. Or, more likely, let you know after.
All right, one conversation. So we're kind of following along. As you level, these conversations open up for the different companions as you unlock them. So there's Galt. Where's Torian? Does he stand back here? There's Torian. Let's check in on HK. He doesn't have anything to say. Treek doesn't have anything to say. We'll do them in the order of acquisition. So let's see what Galt has to say.
Remember those Arcona colonists I was telling you about? Well, I've got the perfect racket to skim a little profit off those moisture-farming saps. Salt.
Okay, so just to recall, when I created this character for Game Day 2021 for Extra Life, one of the things I did is run a bunch of polls. We play this character based on the outcomes of those polls, so he is credits first. So makes for some interesting conversations with Galt because he's kind of a schemer, scammer type of character. All right, let's see where we're at.
As in table salt?
Well, I'm not talking bath salts, considering water's a luxury good. Listen, I've got a theory. I used to know this spacey Arconan bagman back on Nar Shaddaa. Thought the guy was a spice head for the longest time. Turns out I was only half right. This guy's cravings were something else.
Your friend had some sort of reaction.
Can't say for certain, but I've got my suspicions. One night, after making our handoff in some dive diner, he orders some garbage soup and dumps an entire shaker of salt into the bowl. Should have seen the way this guy went at the stuff before stumbling out of the place like its last call.
So? You want to sell them salt?
Do we look like two-credit traders? We're going to sell those colonists the answer to all their woes, specially formulated and offered exclusively through Rowing Industries. If I'm right about how much Arcona love the stuff, our biggest problem will be keeping up the supply.
Yeah, not a lot of choices in that one. Alright, let's see what Torian has to say. Torian's our newest companion.
Can I ask you something? You and Mako together?
That's creepy just to think about.
So you're not gonna shoot me if I go after her then? I like her. I thought maybe...
Better go talk to her then.
Thanks. I will.
Intergalactic matchmaker. Oh, she's here. So this is kind of cool. This is just for purposes of game devy looking. So Mako's normally right there. Because the next conversation I would guess is going to include them both. I'm also curious. Let's go ahead and leave the ship. See if it leaves her there or not. So one of the things, if you haven't joined a stream before, that I like to do is explore game mechanics. Explore how they put the game together. So I will sometimes go off on little mini adventures to kind of figure out what's going on, what's different, what the systems are trying to do. Not in an exploiting way, just in a learn how they work type of way. So let's go back to the ship. So Mako's with me because she's my active companion. You can also have her as a decoration in your strongholds. And then we'll go back to the ship. And I'm hoping that it puts her back. Okay, so that's interesting. So let's go look.
Just finished cleaning the fuel injectors to the sublight drive. You should notice.
Thanks, 2V. All right, so it's put her back here. So while you were on the ship, it was smart enough. And I'm just guessing. We'll go do the conversation in a second. There was going to be some kind of an interaction based off of the I want to date her. And now, since we left, and the ship is essentially respawned this instance, right? So in gaming, an instance is a private section. So this ship map that we're currently on, however many people, right now it looks like there are 6 people being listed on the D5 Mantis. So myself and 5 other people, it just went down. So we are all in our own instance version of the D5 Mantis. So my instance, when I left, despawned, and it was no longer needed. And when I came back, it respawned this map for me. Now, I can invite other people into this map, but right now, I'm the only one in this map. And anybody on their D5 Mantis is in their own version of that map. Hey, Imperial Shock Trooper. Welcome back. Glad to have you. So, when it respawned this instance, it wasn't smart enough to know that this had been kind of set up as a conversation. So it just put everything back the way it thought it should be. You'll still sometimes see it. I'm not sure on this ship. Let's see if I can find where it might be. Might be here. The different ships have, like early on, the ships were used a lot more. And the ships have like a crafting station. It might be down there where we saw it at the bottom. And what would happen is if you sent your companions on crew skills, right? So if I open up this panel and we say, okay, Galt, we're going to send you on a slicing mission. What would happen is, so Galt's standing there. Galt would move to that area. So let's test that. Let's see. Oh, no worries. No worries. Always happy to have you, though. Hopefully your stress works out. Okay, let's jump back to... So now we'll go back to the stronghold. So now we're despawning our instance. And then we've spawned up this instance. So the same thing. Strongholds work the same way. So if I look... And it's kind of hard to tell. We're on a Nar Shaddaa instance somewhere in there. Alright, and now back to our ship. And if I remember right, you're in Germany, right? So time zones are way different as well. Okay, let's see if Galt... Okay, so he's still standing there. This ship may or may not have it. I know the trooper ship has it. Where if you had all your companions on a mission, let's pretend it was here, because I don't remember if this is the right thing or not. You'd see them all kind of around here working on something. It also might be that that only works for crafting style. These are all gathering crew skills, so I'm not actually crafting anything. Alright, let's continue our experiment here. Alright, so Mako's back upstairs. We'll do this conversation.
What sort of jobs are coming up? Hunting? Mercenary work?
There's something in particular you're hoping to see?
Something hard enough to sharpen myself on. Been in a few skirmishes. Treaty with the Republic made real fighting scarce. Like to see something worthy.
Looking for at least 10 to 1 odds? Or will you be satisfied with just one of something nasty?
Tough call. Our people need battle to find out what we are. Mando without war is like a starship without space.
Guess we better find a war then.
Looking forward to it.
So something you can do with these companion conversations, if you remember, you can hit escape to jump out of the conversation and explore the options. Based off their reactions, approves, disapproves, you'll get different amounts of influence. Influence ranks up your companion, and based off of that influence, let's see if I can find... so here on Mako, you can see that she has 1,300 presence. Time efficiency for crew skills is better, and critical rate for crew skills is better. So we'll use that 1,300 as our base. So she's a level 26. Torian's at level 3. So you notice his presence is only 150. So that 150 to 1,300 presence will make that companion stronger. So if we look at... these companion skills, these stats will change based off of their presence number. So we gained 600 with him. Where's he at right now? Torian. So he's about to level. So you notice that we're going to gain almost a whole level here. It's 700 for level 3. It'll go up each time. But there you go. So now Torian's level 4. Instead of 700, it's 900 this time. And obviously that goes up and up as we get through. So, at level 26, this is 5,300. Something else you can do, if you're not going to use the companions and you send them on these crew skills, you'll notice that their influence goes up there as well.
Good as done.
So you can cycle through.
Sure.
At the level I am right now, I can send out 6. We get to cap level, you can send out 8. But you can actually
Not a problem.
gain influence. I've run companions up all the way to 50 just through this interface, right? Who else should we send? I like Treek, so let's get Treek busy. Now, I would get more for Mako, but since Mako is my highest companion, I use her while we're playing. So, okay. I think we've done all of our administrative bookkeeping here. No more missions here. And we are due to go Hoth. We're going to go old school. When they added this menu where you can just click here, I can click over on Hoth and I can travel. That's really the way I travel most of the time. But for this one, we're going to use the old school map. I don't think it'll do anything different. But early in the game, this is how you had to travel. You had to come onto your ship. You weren't allowed to just stand in your stronghold and quick travel all over the place. You had to pull up basically the same map. There's our map. And then you would go through the same process. So right now, you know, it's a hotkey. Defaults to Shift M. You can go ahead and open that up. But then you can open up this map the same way and do that. Catching up on the chat. Oh, final exams. Yep. English, German, and math. That's a rough one. I could get through English and math probably, but German I could not. I was always decent at math, so that was never a problem. Okay, so on to Hoth we go. This will most likely trigger... Oh, no. So it's intercom. Oftentimes, if you have to use your holo terminal, it'll automatically trigger. We'll see if this one does or not. Yep, it
Mako, open a secure channel on the frequency we got from the blacklist.
Come on, come on. Signal strength is really poor. Oh, there we go. Sorta.
This is unexpected. I greet you on behalf of the Chiss Ascendancy Bounty Hunter. I am Aristocra Shorehardle Military. This hollow frequency hasn't had an inquiry in quite some time. I believe there were no longer any interested parties.
So if you kind of remember back to last week, the blacklist is, because we won the Great Hunt, it's exclusive lists that we can get access to. So that's where this conversation is rooted in. Ooh, I wonder if 3 is a credits thing. Let's see.
If your holo wasn't such junk, you'd probably get more replies.
That doesn't seem very nice. Alright, we'll go
Mako,
back in.
open it. If you got a job, I got interest.
That seems more like our personality.
The Trandoshan pirate lord Renegade Voss. Are you such an individual?
May as well ask us to hunt the ghost of Nagasato.
I didn't ask for your advice.
You lost me.
Renegade Voss is almost spacer superstition. Something to tell the kids.
Just because Voss lurks in what your people quickly refer to as the unknown regions, doesn't mean he does not exist. He is quite real and presently wreaking havoc on Chiss-occupied territory.
What else can you tell me about Voss?
Very little, unfortunately. He's never left anyone alive to give a proper report. Voss appears to have joined up with the White Moor, a massive confederacy of pirates pillaging Hoth's starship graveyard. Their raids have reduced our salvage operations to smoking wreckage.
Oh, the bounty one seems in character for us.
Voss your only target of interest here?
He's the only target you need concern yourself with. We've permitted the Empire to use Hoth for strategic purposes in exchange for their assistance dislodging the pirates. Imperial soldiers will handle the White Moor. However, Voss is worth more to us alive.
Alright, we should probably note that. Worth more and alive.
Imperial grunts can't be trusted with this kind of work.
Our patrols recently captured one of the White Moor pirates out in the wastes. It may be able to point you to Voss once you arrive. I'm transmitting credentials that will allow you unrestricted access to Hoth's surface. Use them to travel to these coordinates. Contact me when you've secured Voss.
So same thing there. You notice during the conversation, we're going to pick up influence with our companions. You know, again, at low level 600, that'll not quite level him. We'll level him, and she won't level. But so now Torian's at 5. So, and again, as you go up, they get a little bit tougher. So, all right, meet with the warden. So I think. Okay, so here's another thing. 2 things happened here. One, because the cutscene was all of us kind of hanging out together, it's moved the companions. Now, I don't know if this still happens. You can select these companions, and if you have a friendly I don't have one on this character, I don't think. But if you have a friendly like the Sage, where you can drag one, you can actually move the companions around on your ship. We did that on a Jedi Sage ship once and just moved them all into one area. I don't know why, but we were playing around with that. Also, notice that we had just cleared all these conversations, but we have now moved our class story forward one step. And so we've got new conversations. So we'll go ahead and knock these out before we head down to Hoth. Catching up on an Imperial Shock Trooper. Yeah, I mean, I know that going into finals can definitely be stressful. In the industry and in education, we, at least on the state side here, we talk about trying to maintain work-life balance or school-life balance. So I would say try to find the thing. For me, it's gaming that lowers stress, and that can be a useful strategy as well. But I wish you luck on your, what did you say, German and math finals. Good luck on those.
Remember how I said I'd avoid SIS databases for the time being? Decided this was a good time to take a crack at the encryption on that SIS creep Carteri's datapad. The encryption is crazy. Someone threw a solid wall of credits into keeping this thing secure.
Anyone goes to that much trouble to keep a secret, it's gotta be something serious.
That's the scary part. I mean, I'm seriously getting the creeps now. What's my family involved in that's worth this kind of money to the Republic?
Whatever they're hiding could be pretty messy.
Whatever it is, I've got to find out. Anyway, thanks for listening to me babble. Much appreciated.
So on that one, we didn't get any. Oh, we got a little bit of influence. That last conversation choice, if I was playing on just by myself, I probably would have canceled that one and see if I could get a better reaction. But we've got plenty of influence. The other thing that you can do for influence is companion gifts. I will take a look at that here in a second.
Been watching you work.
Oh, absolutely.
You're good with that
Hold on.
blaster.
Actually, let's jump out of that. Yeah, I mean, as my day job, I actually teach and run a game department at a university. And so most of our students are coming out of high school, so just a little bit older than you. But many of them have some of the same issues. So happy to support healthy choices. But we feel the same thing. Like this week was our finals week, and you could feel the stress of all the students because they're playing less and getting all their work in and stuff like that. So take some time for yourself.
Been watching you work. You're good with that blaster.
This is always a funny thing. So again, story serves its purpose, and I like the stories of the Old Republic. But because of the way we've done these conversations, like that first line, been watching you work, you're good with the blaster. Ideally, what that would mean is from the last conversation we had to this conversation, we had gone out, we'd run some missions and done stuff like that. Back to back, it still makes sense, but maybe not as contextual.
Gotta be a good shot in this business.
I've seen hunters who couldn't hit the broadside of a dreadnought. Nice to see a professional in action. Might even learn a few things hanging around you.
Yeah, that was mostly just filler. Now again, these were originally designed where you, between planets especially, but anytime you traveled, you came to your ship. You had to be on the ship, and so these conversations would happen. Now, the other place that these conversations can take place is in a rest zone like a cantina. So if your active companion has a conversation, you can actually do it in there as well. All right. I believe we are back up to speed, and we can head down to Hoth.
I am truly honored to serve such
We'll do one
a
more
person as
check,
you,
make
Master.
sure.
History will remember
So
your
Triton and
name.
HK were both added companions. They're not part of the main story. They're unlockable companions early in the game, before they really went companion crazy and added a bunch. So they sometimes have story elements linked to them. All right, down to Hoth we go. or maybe to the station. I can't remember if this has that or not. Some of the planets like Quesh, maybe, I think, remember Terrace? You go through the station to prepare for the harshness of the planet. I think this one might have used to give you cold weather gear, which I don't think actually did anything. I can't remember. Yep, so we're up on the station. I've mentioned this before. I like the color text. I don't think there's probably any on this station that you get from your companions. It's another reason I tend to run with the starting companion, is they have a lot of those moments. But if you go to your speeder, your companion despawns and you don't hear it. Alright, so here's the planet story arc. I'm not sure if there's anything up there, but let's go ahead and get through this.
Good evening, sir. Welcome to the Adama space station. I gather this visit is because you'll be traveling through to the surface of Hoth.
Is there some kind of problem?
No, not at all. I am merely assigned to assist. I'll be scanning you so I can customize your cold weather equipment. Then I'll arrange your briefing.
I love how many of these... Hold
There we
on,
are.
I'll let him finish.
As you're on the VIP list, Lieutenant Halpern will brief you. He's in the theater. Good day.
So how many of these planet story arcs, you kind of show up, you're on your class mission, and they just assume that you're there for another reason. And most of the time you either just kind of play along, or sometimes you'll get a conversation where it's kind of like, no, I'm not doing that, or, you know, you play stupid. Yeah, absolutely. Weekends are a good time to try to recharge a little bit. Like I said, for me, it's gaming. That's what I use.
Good to have you with us. The men were wondering if they'd get to see the VIP. Ostensibly, the conflict on Hoth is over salvage from a battle that happened.
So another thing, just from a writing standpoint, you know, notice that
Good to have you with us.
they use
The men were wondering
VIP as the conversation thing here. You will sometimes see, you know, specific lines for a particular class, for a bounty hunter or for a Sith or something like that. But also, the amount of voice recording in this game, especially when it came out, was insane. And so lines like that, you know, any player class could be considered the VIP. And so they don't have to re-record that line.
Good to have you with us. The men were wondering if they'd get to see the VIP. Ostensibly, the conflict on Hoth is over salvage from a battle that happened above the planet. In reality, it is our trap for the Republic.
And then you'll notice my answers. You know, you've got my attention. What kind of trap? I'm not the patient sort. They give you both, you know, different attitudes. But also sometimes you'll find it feels like a line is definitely designed for a class. So for instance, like a dark side aggressive Sith line, you'll see those in. And sometimes you'll get specific ones. Like these don't look to be that way. But sometimes you'll find one, you know, like because we're playing bounty hunter, you know, something along the lines of, you know, how much you're going to pay me or something like that the other classes wouldn't see. They would see a different line there.
So the salvage is worthless? Or is it just too hard to get to?
A bit of each. There is a fairly major pirate force that holds much of what the Republic wishes to recover. The Imperial plan is not to gain ground, but rather to make the battle as costly as possible to the Republic. We want our forces small and mobile, and while the Republic keeps chasing victory, we bleed them dry of personnel and equipment.
The strategy seems sound. How will it change what I do?
It means we will rely heavily on small unit groups, such as yourself, to cause damage and withdraw. Pitched battles are lost battles.
Sir, forgive the interruption. I brought by your survival equipment.
We were just finishing, Ensign.
This should keep your core body temperature up. When you're ready, report to a pilot in the shuttle bay for transport to the planet.
Colonel Vanis at Dawn Base will be waiting for you. Good luck down there.
Alright, so yeah, it still gives it to you. Let's see what it actually is. Cold weather gear increases elemental resistance by 10% for 60 minutes. Log out and remove this effect. So I guess we could use it. It's probably not going to make any difference. But there you go. So, you know, that's all story. When you get to the planet, you know, the planet isn't designed because it would be, from a game mechanic standpoint, highly annoying that if you weren't stemmed up, anytime you're outside, you're taking damage. That would just annoy players. So it doesn't work that way. The only thing you'll run into is when the rat ghoul event's going on. There's a rat ghoul vaccine that you have to apply, otherwise you can catch the rat ghoul virus. And for 10 minutes, I think it's 10 minutes, as you're running around, your character will stop and cough, which is kind of annoying. It will actually break a channel. So if you're doing it in combat, it'll break your channel. And that's stage 1. Once you get through stage 1, you go into stage 2, which is basically the same. And if you survive through 10 minutes of stage 2, you blow up and die. And if you blow up, you actually infect any player around you. So that's an actual in-game thing. Annoys some players. There's achievements, though, for actually blowing up and infecting other players. So I've seen some pretty weird tactics to try to do that. I think I went through... Let's see. I did the base version of it. Would that be in events, probably? Flashpoints. Events. There we go. Rat ghoul. So I think there is... yeah, infected 100 players with the rat ghoul plague. Now, you'll notice I'm only at 170 out of 220. There's another achievement in here. It's hidden. But, you know, infect 5 players, 25 and 100. There's a hidden achievement that is some astronomical, like 1,000 or something. I can't remember what it is. I wish they would show it. You know, it's kind of nice if you... I don't know if I can find another one. Let's see if we can find something back here. So like here, hug 1,500 Wookiees, right? This isn't hidden, so you can at least track. You know, you can even turn it on if you want and keep track of, you know, how much progress you're making. When they're a hidden achievement, you don't know. So I have no idea how many people I have infected. Honestly, I would guess it's not a whole lot over 100. Once I hit 100, I quit trying to do it. And most of the time, when the rat ghoul event is taking place, I run the vaccine, so I don't even get infected. So. All right, enough talking. Let's get down to Dorn Base and get into some action. All right, so they get us right away with our... I'm going to guess that's probably meet with Warden, take a shuttle to the surface, and speak with the pirate. So I think that is our class quest. Nope, that's the story. Let's see what he has to say.
End of the line. Everybody out. You've got a meeting with Commander Triton.
My briefing said I was to meet a Colonel Vanis.
I don't know anything about that. Commander Triton's the one listed as in charge now. I'm sure he can fill you in on the story. I need to de-ice the shuttle here.
So this is another reason just quick traveling to planets and stuff can be a problem, because you'll miss sections like this. Also, you know, if you're watching this, hopefully you're not worried about spoilers. I think we get another companion on this planet, if I recall.
I'm here to interrogate your prisoner.
This can't be authentic. Wait here. I mean it. You will please excuse my manners before. The prisoner is right this way. Little rat has been nothing but trouble.
What do you mean?
It's slipped out of its cell 6 times since the patrols brought it in. Don't ask me how. Never makes a run for it, though. Just noses around and starts taking things apart. It's driving me crazy.
Oh, he's precious. Can we keep him?
Good luck understanding it. Show yourself out when you're finished.
We'll jump out real quick just to do a little experiment. So you notice Mako had a line there. Let's go ahead and grab... Let's grab Galt.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm here to...
And we're just going to skip through here. We'll do the same thing.
It slipped out of its just noses.
You know, I really thought the galaxy'd run out of ways to surprise me by now.
Good luck understanding.
All right. And let's grab Taurine.
Bye.
So cool we go.
I'm here to...
What do you... Just...
Think all the White Maw will be this threatening?
Good luck understand.
So again, it's fun to see. I doubt the droid has anything. We'll test that.
I'm here to...
What do you... It slipped just noses. Good luck understanding it.
Nothing for the droid. And HK, so all these are, you know, later added companions. We'll test one. We'll test Shay. I don't foresee them having anything programmed in here.
What do you... Slip just no... Good luck understanding it.
I wouldn't have expected that. HK and
Save some for
Treek
me.
Master.
came in after the original game as well.
What do you... It's just... Good luck understanding it.
Nothing there as well.
Body count rising.
That doesn't surprise me at all. So it's one of those things that,
Deactivating now.
from a replayability standpoint, there'll be a lot of stuff that's the same, but you will run into, you know, little things like that if you do a second playthrough, and let's say your bounty hunter likes Galt, and so you run around with Galt a lot more. You'll get moments like that that are actually
I'm here to win.
actually nice and surprising.
What do you...
All right, so we're just going to skip our way through here.
He's precious.
Good luck understanding it. Show yourself out when you're finished.
Give it back and I'll show you. Aren't you a little far from home?
Boy, he's hard to follow.
Where's the last place you saw them?
So there you go. Meet Blizz. I know early on in the game, pretty early on when they added Treek, it was fun to run with bounty hunters. You know, a couple bounty hunters with a Blizz and a Treek as your companions is quite the party. Okay, so what do we got? We've got... That's out. We've got some missions there. We still got to pick up our... That'll be our story quest, and there's a mission there. Probably won't pick up the heroics. Let's see if we can get an answer to what's going on with the command structure here. Lore object? Yep. I rarely open these anymore. I usually click on them just for the XP, but they are fun to read if you haven't read through them all.
Your advice boils down to doing nothing, and that I cannot do.
Sir, I respect your bravery, but if you see this through personally, you will be dead. And whose leadership will we have then? If Command's description is correct, I believe you're the bounty hunter sent to assist us. This is Commander Triton, and I am Udris.
Lieutenant Halpin sent word you would be coming, and we've never had greater need of you.
Colonel Vanis, the commander of this base, is missing. We fear he's dead, along with all the most experienced men from this base.
So here's another one. Option 1. You will sometimes see options based off of the species that you choose. Now, I don't remember. This might exist for even if you play as a human, but sometimes you'll see that if you are an alien race, you'll get alien specific, and it's not specific to the race, but specific to non-humans as far as conversations. I'm curious about what 3 is, though.
To lose one officer is a casualty.
Yeah, that's way too Imperial for my liking.
Your advice, sir, if the Colonel...
Not many non-humans have the ear of a base commander.
Yes, well, my influence is entirely up to Commander Triton.
Our Chiss allies have valuable knowledge of the planet. Udris is advising me during this emergency.
An emergency that grows more dire every moment the Colonel is missing. This was the distress call we received.
Scout 1 to Dawn Base. Heavy casualties. Taking heavy casualties. We're under attack. We can't see the...
What on this world could take out an armed group of officers?
Besides the Republic, there are Wampers, pirates. Mostly aliens unafraid of the Empire.
But we can't simply cower in our base when the mission is to damage and exhaust the Republic.
And our men can't do it. Commander, this visit is a gift to us from fate.
There we go. Now we're talking money.
Sounds like a big problem. Can you tell it to me again? In credits?
We'll pay any price you name. Find Colonel Vanis, or at least tell us what we're up against.
Our best case scenario is that Colonel Vanis' communications tipped off the Republic, and he's gone quiet.
But if I were out in that cold, I'd have called for a rescue. If you can find the Colonel, everyone on this base is in your debt.
He told me he'd pay me anything. I don't think that's probably true. All right, let's see. We've got... That is an heroic mission. This will probably be all of them. So again, if you were doing the... Oh, I don't think we'll get through 7. We'll grab the weekly, just in case. But these do reset now. It's a change that they made. So this will reset in 2 days. So we're going to untrack it, but we'll do it just in case we actually get through all of these. But if you're doing these as dailies, you can pop in, pick them all up, quick travel to them. I've mentioned before, as a strategy, let's just we'll grab this one. You can use this little item here to travel to that heroic. And so if we look at the overall map, it doesn't really show where that one's at. Let's see if we can get to it this way. There we go. So the heroic's right here, so if I could use that to travel to this spot on the map, it can be a good strategy. But I'm also trying to naturally encounter the heroics, and so if you grab them all, you won't naturally encounter them. So we're going to go ahead and get rid of that one. And this one is a natural one, so, but they all don't exist in the wild like this anymore.
Kunta chuta, kasuyali kulira, kanki kung, chunki faguta, jiho poda ji oto vokise.
You'll get no argument from me.
Akita vitin taka mokili, te jakta grich, kra uba uri. Che chopa guma ni umpi put malia bedwana ni bobo.
I didn't like that answer. We're going to go with the second one. I was debating anyway.
Is that a fact?
I didn't really do anything. So he knows it made no difference to what he's actually saying.
How do you plan to pull that off?
Nokta chuna dobiela. Ni at ambumpa poshuda mokili mokranki. Chikos pa ini gudad ijigliska chanagawa.
What's your game plan?
Kabanotase makipuna, malituta udmishka.
O Bagthra Wanawaga mi Bunawa Dwepe. Se gota do muti ki hasa da puño. Liz di woto.
There's money.
What's in it for me?
Ha wanchi kospa tota ulia. Kuchusa yomata chitoya. Nam kanoya choski nawi. Chobat I kafstuan dile jihulo kuta.
Alright, I've said it before and I'll say it again. My business sense as a bounty hunter is horrible. I agree to all these missions and never pre-negotiate my pay. I just assume the honor of the Empire will pay me well, which is probably a mistake. I think we're wearing the same armor. This is just an armor set you can buy on Fleet, so it's nothing special. Okay. We are on Hoth.
I knew it'd be cold, but I lost feeling in my feet just when I shuttled down.
So again, that's that flavor text I was telling you about. If I was on a mount, that wouldn't have kicked up. And I would guess, much like the conversation, each companion probably has something different they would say at that trigger point. What do we got here? Subscriber vendor.
You won't find a better bargain.
What is that? Tundra Tauntaun. Okay, the data. I can't remember if I think I've done that on
Come back anytime.
some other characters. Okay. Something I do want to do here. Let's see if we can get a good shot. That's not bad. I'm going to post a Twitter post here for Screenshot Saturday, so we have to come up with a good screenshot. I don't know. Head's a little dark at that angle. A little brighter that way, but that's not a cool background. Let's see if we can find something else. Maybe in front of the Imperial base? Let's see. We'll bring the mount down. That's not bad. Alright. Let's do a couple of things here. So, yeah, didn't know if that would take those off or not. So we're going to make some adjustments to our UI. Just for the screenshot. So we're going to nameplate on friendly NPCs. Let's take that one off. Alright, so now the little nameplates turned themselves off. The other thing we're going to do... Where's Mako? Do we want Mako in the screenshot? Yeah, let's bring Mako in. Move Mako. There we go. That'll make it kind of look like we're in conversation with each other. It's a little dark, so I can get her to move to a better angle. She kind of wants to face me. See if we can get her to flip around. Nope. Oh, thought that wouldn't be bad. Okay, we'll go with that. Okay, so Control U is the default key to remove your UI. If you ever have a UI issue, like something's not working, you can hit Control U and Control U to reload it. That's a nice tip if you're having UI issues. Let's see, I don't know. Oh, I didn't think that would work. Alright, see if we can pull off something here. I'm going to try to wave. And catch it mid-screenshot. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to Control U. Reload the UI. Get the wave animation going. Control U, print screen. Let's see what we got. Not too bad. Here's what we got. There we go. That's not a bad post for Screenshot Saturday on Twitter. So let's go ahead and throw that one up there. I'll just drag that over here. I like it. Let's tweet it. And then we are also going to, while we're in here, we'll go ahead and add it to a Facebook post as well. Oh, how beautiful. Publish that to Facebook. There we go. We have participated in Screenshot Saturday. All right, now we've got to get everything fixed here. So we'll Control U to bring our interface back. And then I'm going to go ahead and... I personally like the nameplates on most things. I turn my own off. I turn my companion one off. Other players, I usually turn off their companions as well. The other setting that I use is you'll notice that their nameplates are pretty small. As you get closer, they get more readable. If you're having performance issues, where is it? Scale nameplates with distance. This actually, if I remember right, takes less horsepower. Let's see if it made any difference to the CPU. Or maybe it's opposite. Alright, my GPU jumped up. My CPU stayed about the same. Let's go ahead and change that back and see if it has an impact. Okay. No, it's about the same. I don't see a lot of difference on my machine. But I have heard that, playing around with that can actually help performance if you are struggling with performance. And actually removing all the nameplates as well, I think does help. So, all right, let's take stock of the situation we are in. We have got our heroics down there, heroic there. We've got a base there. Looks like our class story is there. And if I remember right, this is like a cliff with like a ring canyon-y thing running around it. Our weekly is still in there. We've got another mission out here that we need to pick up. And then I think we're good to go.
Nothing but a bunch of namby-pamby cowards on this frozen rock. Think I like hearing my teeth chatter and knees knock, my sweat freeze and breath blind me? Not a scrap. But I've got a job to do, and by gum I aim to do it.
You might have need of me.
Whoa, sorry about that, didn't see you. Kind of snowblind, I guess. None of those remarks were aimed at you. In fact, my mission calls for someone of your obvious capabilities. Colonel Vanis left orders to stop the Republic from tracking our deployments here. I figured out the enemy's MO, but need the firepower to squash it.
Nope, I'm pretty sure number one is who we are.
If you can pay, today's your lucky day.
Oh, your
I
rhymes.
can unfreeze some funds for this, for sure. Republic scouts have set up a series of short-range relays. Need to activate one to jam their communications. Can't activate without a data card from one of the scouts. Gonna have to get one of them the old-fashioned way. You game?
Where should I begin?
Republic scouts range around the lower ruins, spying on us and disappearing. Get a data card off one of them, and then find one of their relay consoles in the outer edge. I'll be here and can jam their relays once you're done.
There are a lot of puns in that one. So again, you can kind of see the flow. Now, overall, the way this planet tends to work, the Republic base is up here. We start down here. And there's kind of two paths. The Empire works their way across the bottom. The Republic works their way across the top, although there is some crossover. Then when you get to the Starship Graveyard, it kind of merges into to one area. So, all right, I think we've picked everything up. Time to go grind out some missions. So I think we'll just make a loop like this. That'll unlock a quick travel there. If you are chasing after it, this is the area where you have to kill if I remember, it's a big robot to get a piece that you need for the end to pick up a datacron. We're not going to bother with it, but it is there. All right, time to head east. I think we're going to have to run a little bit south because there's a big drop off here, if I remember right. Probably up there. I can't remember. Maybe right there. Okay. Let's grab that one while we're here. Alright, time to do some fighting. Alright, so we're looking for yellow. Now, this is one of the reasons, the brightness in the white. People either love or hate Hoth. Hoth gets definitely some hate. It's kind of hard to seize things on Hoth. Alright, so there's our scout. We didn't pop a bonus mission, as I can see, so we're just looking for that card. And again, this hopefully will turn yellow, so that's our card. Again, a little hard to see. And now we have to use it. Conveniently, that's close. Is it inside a bit? There we go. So you can see the difference, right? Like when you're inside versus outside, just the brightness of the planet. Now, if you wanted to, you could adjust the gamma, you know, and make it darker, but I usually leave it because I feel that's the way Hoth would be. We'll let them come in here. Come over here, Mako.
Right behind you.
There we go. So you can see the general loot in here. Try to kill this guy outside. Compared to that one, right? Like, again, with the white background, much harder to see. With the darker background, definitely easier to see. Alright, that was one of the more straightforward missions we've had in a while. That's just to go out, loot. Now, if the scout was if it was a random drop, you might have to kill a few to make that happen. But we got it on the first try, so that's kind of lucky. Alright, what are we on to? We are going to go to the broadcast coordinates. Let's see what we're looking for here. Doesn't look to be an instance. Oh, this is the talisman. Nice and spread out.
I'm not just a pretty sidekick, Buster.
Would be nice that if we did all kinds of bonus damage because we're shooting fire and it's cold. Or weirdly made them feel better about it. Alright, what do we got? Retaliation. What is retaliation? Okay. So this is interesting. You can kind of track. So this is our story quest. This is the bonus quest. The bonus quest is inside, although we did that one outside. Not sure. I was kind of expecting like an update, right? Like, okay, we're at the coordinates. It gives us the next stage of our mission. But that might be something we get when we go inside. Making the huge logic leap of, okay, we're at the coordinates. The coordinates are pointing at this base, so we need to go inside the base. Oh, okay, there it triggered. I was looking at the other monitor. So you notice I just didn't walk in far enough. So probably right in this area, probably I would guess it goes across here. There'd be what's called a trigger box. It's this invisible box that basically has an event hooked to it. And the event is probably something along the lines of on player entry. So as soon as I entered that box, it satisfied the requirement of go to the coordinates and kicked off to the next stage. If you ever get stuck, let's say I ran in here and nothing happened, you know, I have sometimes just kind of run back and forth or drive around the area just to see if I can trigger that. You'll find that with some heroics, now that we can quick travel to them. Let's say that, you know, the trigger box was out here, but the quick travel point put me in here. And then this is an instance and it's blocked and I can't get in and you're confused. Sometimes what I'll do is I'll just fly way out like this and then turn around and come back and see if it triggers it. So that will happen sometimes. Alright, the bot is not auto-updating chat, so I'm going to throw a command in there, make sure it's working. Alright, while we're fighting here, we'll just do a quick reminder. We are streaming Star Wars The Old Republic. I streamed for a charity called Extra Life. What Extra Life does is raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals to help heal sick kids. Is it donate? Let's see. Commands. Yeah, it should be the right one. Oh, there we go. Bot was just being slow today. So, you can find a link in the chat. You can find a link in the description to my donation page. Any and all donations are welcome. But if you can't donate, that's fine as well. Hang out, talk Star Wars, have some fun, ask any questions you have. I have been playing The Old Republic since the launch. I played in the beta before the launch, so I might be able to answer most questions. We will see. Alright, we're easily going to get the bonus on this one, so I'm not too worried about that. Fire. Look at all the fire. They shoot fire too. Oh, absolutely. Have a good one. Get some rest, recharge, and good luck on your, what was it, math and German next week? Math and German finals. Alright, down we go. Let's see where this takes us. This can be dangerous. Depending on the speed of the elevator, if you jump, it drops out from below you. And if it's fast enough, you could actually fall to your death. Not that that's not useful information, but it can be fun to mess around with. Gives you something to do. At least they're not as boring as the original Mass Effect elevator rides. Those were pretty crazy. Alright, so this is a bit of a slog. Where do we need to go? Definitely a lot more than the 20 that we needed, so unfortunately I don't think we're going to be able to skip very many. Let's see. Yeah, I didn't think I'd be able to run through the middle of those two. But we don't have to go and kill, you know, every person in every little side section or anything like that. So we'll try to see if we can get ourselves to the goal here. Now, if you are low on XP, let's say like we're way over leveled, so it's not a problem. Killing the extra guys will definitely give you XP, especially if you have rest experience. So if we look up here, we have 495,861 rest XP. I think this only is for subscribers, but what that does is the combat fighting kills, it essentially doubles the XP you get from those. It probably would have been smart to take these guys out ahead of time anyway, because who knows what's going to spawn. So, you know, since we're only playing weekly on this character, you know, essentially, as long as you log off in a safe zone like a cantina, I think fleet works, your stronghold works, you'll gain this rest XP. And it can be the maximum of the amount of XP you need for your next level. And so, you know, if you do that, you can actually gain XP pretty quick, especially if you're only playing weekly. Oh, nope, nothing there. Alright. Since we have to come down here, a lot of times I would just return to base and then go out, but I think it's going to be quicker just to travel out of here. We're not too deep in, so we'll get back to the elevator. The elevator might slow us down if we don't catch it. And since we've already killed a path, we're not going to get attacked. Oh, see, this is the worst case scenario. We're going to have to wait out the elevator. Alright, well, that's coming back. A little bit of a preview. I'm going to try to do an extra long stream, probably 8 hours next week, doing some leveling stuff. So if you're interested in that, we're going to play a different character and, you know, do some quickly, see how fast we can level a character. For those of you that do play the game, next week is a 1 week double XP event. Oh, this is the other problem. We're not in an instance, so this stuff is all respawned. So what we're going to do is an old trick. I'm just going to run. Mako is going to go into combat. So now she's healing herself. And what's interesting is she's creating what we call threat. So as I pull combat from these guys, notice they all took after Mako. Because I haven't shot or done anything that has created threat. They initially go to me, but then Mako on the threat table is higher. So they'll take their first shot to me. Then they go into evade mode there. Let's see. So we lost a lot of that. If we keep running, we'll probably pull aggro from these guys. Okay, so there, the whole base went into evade mode. Mako, when she gets far enough away, your companion will basically teleport to you. And when that happens, all those combatants that were following us will look at it and go, well, they're too far away, and they'll evade. Now, when you're running in, if you do that in an instance, it sometimes won't work. They'll just keep following you. But if you're running out of a base, two things are going to happen. You can either get far enough away, or if it is an instance, once you leave the instance, they will basically instantly drop aggro and run away. Alright, I have a feeling this is going to be too big of a drop-off, if I remember right. No, that... I don't know that we're... Yeah, we're not going to survive that. But if we're creative, we'll drop down to there. Drop down to there. That one wasn't bad. Although that one would probably kill us if we don't heal up. So let's heal up. So you can see on the map there was a bit of a ridge there. Alright. Let's see, is there any other... we could probably run over here just to be safe. We probably could have just run around and it would have been just as quick. So not sure we gained much there. Alright, Mako, in we go. So I think this is back on the class quest. So we are locating our target. I don't think he's probably there. Otherwise it would be a pretty short class quest. One that would rival Quesh. If you were with us last week, we ran the Quesh entire planet for the class story, I think in 4 minutes, and most of that was travel. It was travel, one conversation, and out. And then the whole planet, if you do all the side quests and things like that, I think it took an hour. I feel like somebody's come through here before us. This feels very empty. Like the main path here seems really empty. Okay, so we need to go up this way. The other thing that you'll see sometimes, I don't know if this is true in here, you know, you've got all these little sections. Sometimes they will put in, you know, multiple classes quests in here. So there we go. What do we got there? I can't click on him. Nope, he's too far away. There we go. So Sith Juggernaut, right? They're on their class quest as well, but just a different section of this area is set aside for them. What's nice about that is, let's say you are playing, you're grouped up with a friend and playing through. We both kind of come into here, we fight to this point. We can either help each other, or he can run off and do his class quest, I'll run off and do my class quest, and we don't have to like travel to completely different parts of the planet. Alright, let's double check, see if there's a... I think there'd be a bonus on this one. So now if we were grouped up... Wow, these guys just kept respawning. That was quite a unexpected thing. Alright, we'll see if we can avoid those two. So he could be off doing his stuff over there. You know, in that area, I can come up here. Mine has an instance. Don't see an instance window up there, but it's hard to say. Instances are nice because then they can do story-based elements that won't get interrupted by other people, right? So if there is a conversation or a particular battle we need to have for our class quest, you know, we don't get here and the guy's already been killed, which wouldn't make any sense on your class quest. So much like we talked about with the ship, there could be 30, 40, 50 bounty hunters here right now. We would each have our own copy of this area in order to fulfill the story needs. You can't see it in the chat. It even says entering story area, owner, decon extra life, right? Now if you are in a group, people can join you in your instance. That is doable. It's the way flashpoints and operations work as well. They are instance based. There is a setting. Let's go to, I think it's under social. Suppress. Automatically hide adding. Here it is. If you are on two players are playing the same class, the same origin story, so you're both bounty hunters. To fulfill your story needs, you both need to go into your own instance. And so by default, that's how it works. If you turn this on, you can actually go into the other player's instance. Now, for most things, you would not get credit. You will go into what's called Spectator View. And so in Spectator View, you can be there, you can take part in the combat, but for the conversations, you're just watching. If you did that and you both needed the quest, if you went into your friend's instance and watched his conversation and went back out, you still would not have progressed your story. You'd have to go back into your instance and do the same thing. The nice part about that is, though, if let's say there is a big combat thing that you're having trouble getting through, you can get the same class inside of that instance in order to help you with the combat. All right, let's see what we got here. So if you're not familiar with the Trandoshan lore, the scorekeeper is kind of their goddess. They believe in their life, fighting, you know, going after bounties, killing great beasts and stuff like that, adds to your essentially global score, and your admission to the afterlife is based off of your total score. Let's see, let's go.
You're a wanted man, Voss. I'm here to take you in.
Jagannath points are what they collect for the scorekeeper. Also, there's a reference in there to Wookiees. I would guess it's still canon, but in Star Wars lore, Wookiees and Trandoshans absolutely hate each other. Trandoshans hunt Wookiees, enslave them, and sell them to the Empire. So not a good situation there. I'm supposed to bring this guy in alive, though, so...
It's a bad idea to underestimate me.
This is where story kind of trumps logic. I honestly can't see myself letting him just walk away. It doesn't make a lot of sense. But it's part of the progression. So we will suspend disbelief and go with it. A lot of fun from gaming comes from the ability to suspend your disbelief.
I heard Voss was a holy terror. Why'd he leave you to do the dirty work?
Alright. No need to kill him.
Alright, go on. You ever see me again, run.
From the sound of things, I think we're doing the White Maw a favor by getting rid of Voss.
Come on, we're paying Blizz another visit.
Alright, so we got turn-in, a couple of turn-ins there, a turn-in there. Looks like our heroic is the only thing we have left, at least for this first run. We have evidently gotten close enough to that bunker. We'll go ahead and quick travel down there. That's not too far from our heroic. Let's see where we ended up. Yeah, definitely closer than there. Alright. Now, I don't remember if we actually... I guess I could have went that way. If we come back down here later. So we'll get a little exploration there. And then we're going to go ahead and use... Okay, I think I remember this fight, but I don't remember if we get more missions down here. Actually, I moved quick enough. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and go back, turn everything in. Because if we get no more missions down here, we can always just quick travel down here, do this, and then quick travel back. But if we do get a bunch of missions down here, it'll save us some travel time. So that's probably inside. We want to go outside. Because we have a turn-in outside. Although we could have probably done that on the way out. Not a huge savings. We got this guy who was our get the scout thing. Let Mako grab some credits for us.
You're done great. Got the activation signal from the Republic data relay and we're already jamming their comm. Thanks to you, things are getting hot round here.
Another pun. Alright. Crap gear. Not gonna worry about it. Don't think there's probably anything else out here. Where's the cantina? So the cantina is here. And probably a wash either way. So this is another one dependent on the elevator. if we catch the elevator, this may have been quicker. If we don't, which we did not, probably would have been quicker just quick travel to the cantina. Because that's going to have to come all the way back up and all the way back down. Okay, so something I mentioned before. You notice this text, you're leaving a rest zone. I might have came in there. You have entered a rest zone. That's how you build up that rest XP. Alright, where are we at? Okay, so yeah, we would have come down right there. Looks like we have just our 2 story quests to turn in here. Let's do that.
I found Colonel Vanis. He was dead, murdered by Republic Tals.
Tals. That would make sense. Cold adapted, Republic aligned. I've not killed their kind before. What about you, Commander?
What? Yes, of course.
The base awaits your orders, Commander.
We are having deep morale issues in the forward outpost. I must show them that we can triumph without Colonel Vanis. Now is the time for reprisals. These chittering animals will not get away with this. I want 10 of the Republic to suffer for every one of ours dead. I want every last Tolls wiped out, their heads on sticks out in the frost.
Anything you'd like to add?
The main thrust of the plan is sensible, but given our limited knowledge, I suggest the plan be refined before use. A covert action is advisable, or we'll end up wiping out one group and causing the rest to go into hiding. I have data arrays we could install in their communications link. If we did that, we could locate and estimate their numbers before we hit them.
I'm going to listen to my brethren. So, in my opinion, they've kind of set this up of the young, irrational, you know, over his head commander and the old, wise alien advising him. But because he's an alien, he can't be in power. There is actually conversations later on that I think reinforce that. But we are a Chiss as well, so we're going to listen to our Chiss brethren on this one.
They weren't carrying handheld comms. They probably got way stations. I can bug those.
This sounds plausible. As much as I hate to admit it, Udris is usually right about these things.
Commander!
He's wise.
Come in, Commander!
Go ahead, Scout 5.
We found a nest of Tolls on the ice lake. Too many to engage. Transmitting coordinates now.
Our luck is changing. If we can get those arrays into whatever they're using for communications, we'll soon know what we need.
When you're done, report to the forward outpost. It's closer to the lake, and the men there can see your success in person.
So that's a pseudo Herald Quest. You'll notice that, you know, sometimes you'll come back and forth to the base, but I'm guessing, yeah, that's probably the forward outpost they're talking about. So we're going to come out here, do that, and that'll be our next quest hub, I would guess. Alright, let's go talk to Blizz. So again, another instance, or phase. Let's see if they take our gun again.
Voss took off. Let his cronies do the dying. Said I wasn't worthy.
Kodva kinesi beliwe nezin walezek handaleno. Ngo puda badalva no matenfesco vami. Kimina ni halaneza nimba ni hala kamanahana.
Slow down. What do you mean by Jaga points?
Espavanduntavin. Tashi yahosa yadan. Topaton lomo. Mosponsa ventuti. La cosa dinin. Bobolo mandayo. Zenobada hinekas. Nagwazi nigo nigaka kumbupi kumbambabla. Kwabayin so yamayuka nikikido zonke. Choba di cast for andale. Ayafa kom jam koruza. Baba hamzuye lupariana kujunzo. Baba kirulo kaminotor ka kolopo. Masa chakosa linchakan fuhun. Obligundo kita wabakawami. Omokobe kabami gabene.
Know anything to help me deal with Aor?
Widi hayas chiha. Tansari penoshatsu. Aku sandantenko iki. No fuso lompango no tipa. Yahosia daina. Ayapa shahala. Uja kalopo jubara kawana nabi. Chikua ibana iletas luza domanalumi. Che cosa bifanete mambe nenga unti. Fime nekile ogen fuso nalapo. Karusa gobidon. Juin lui nadali. Kiluak sugo ampi. La fusa niga espa vandoga trono. Rilo umpi piso. Ayeta babatonya pa. Idiotto.
What do you got in mind, Blizz?
Ayata suta untiti. Asuna duka rapta darotowa. Chumiko waflo. Karusa suga baknovo. Ubalare duki buja. Kilia kapisa jibinlu. Ango tonton. Jubinlu hamazuiyaya. Tini epatebu. Kebeyote yatata. Relompi niete bombom. Cursa bon tululu tenga. Oko hamasusi halulu. Riwa tini aruba. Che cosa niete baba yara fara. Ibana perke. Kelizi ya isli nitin mini.
I'm gonna need a heat resistor on Hoth.
Ubalare duki buja. Kodva kinesibe liwenezin walezek handaleno. Ngo pudava dalva noma confesco vami. Kimina ni halaneza nimba ni hala kamanahana. Ngo pudava dalva noma confesco vami.
So there you go. You can see the writers. If you were unfamiliar with the lore of Star Wars and the Jagannath points and kind of all of that stuff, they used Blizz, who doesn't understand it, right? That was like the first statement, to then essentially explain everything that they were. So not an uncommon writing technique. You got to fill your player in, because not everybody who plays the Old Republic is obviously a hardcore Star Wars fan. Alright, we're going to go ahead and jump outside. I don't think there'll be any more missions outside, but quicker than taking the long elevator ride. And then we'll probably quick travel up to the forward outpost, because we have already been there. Yep, don't see anything out here. We've covered this ground. So I don't think anything new would pop up there. The only thing there is a chance of is, let's say, I don't know, that's probably, pretend that's a little hut. I don't think it is. But if that was like a little hut, there could be a little mission in there. So to deal with that, usually, if you haven't been to an area yet, you can either manually travel there, or hold on, where is the... Yeah, okay, right here. I could actually just take the speeder there. The nice thing about these speeders is they do let you cover some ground. Now, you can't interact. I wish you could jump off the speeder mid-flight. That would be nice, because then you could go there. But pretend that was like a mission, right? We would have seen that there's a mission there, and then we can go back. But it is a good quick way to get from position to position if you haven't been there. Now, we had been there, so we could have just quick traveled. That would have been even faster. So you got three things. Quick travel would be the fastest. The speeder ride that we just did, the second fastest. And then your own speeders would be the slowest. Obviously, walking would be the slowest. And if you want to get silly extreme, you could actually turn off your sprint, hit the slash key, and slow walk the entire thing as well, if you are way deep into role-playing. Okay. I didn't see... Actually, kind of surprised. I didn't see any new missions kick up as we came through here. I would have expected maybe something in this base. But the foreshadowing, I would guess, is... the class mission that we're on, as he was kind of talking through the text, he mentioned, like, okay, go out, do this thing, return to the forward outpost so the men can see your accomplishments firsthand, and then that will probably trigger a bunch of missions. So what are we looking for? Communications arrays out on the ice lake. Let's just head to that bottom one first. Alright, let's go ahead and test for codex entries here. If you have a completionist gaming style or a completionist brain, you just have to sometimes fight things to see if it's going to trigger. Alright, if I remember right, yep, this is just a hill, so we're safe to go down. But now that we've fought one of those, we're going to skip them. Again, we don't need the XP. As we approach this one, we're going to skip past these, although I have a hunch we're probably going to have a bonus mission to fight Talls in this area. Yep. I would have been surprised if that didn't pop. Got another lore object. So yeah, even on Hoth, these can be hard to see because of the background. But the glowy blue oftentimes is your giveaway of something interactable. Keeping warm do's and don'ts. So that's purely flavor, right? You know, this really doesn't do anything for the main story or anything like that. But it does give you some flavor text. And then what are we supposed to be doing? Oh, is this one cracks me up. We're on Hoth. It's already cold, but that froze them. Oh, that's the thing. Alright, yeah, bugging communications. You will see all kinds of things like shut down heaters. These little huts are used on Ilum as well for some different things. So, okay, I'm gonna guess. So that's our class story. So it's already in the next area. I'm gonna guess this actually encompasses all 3 of these nodes. So we're gonna skip. We're already halfway through the bonus, I think, roughly. So we should be able to pick up enough. Now, one thing that can happen sometimes, this one doesn't seem to be listed that way, but we'll test this here. Saw he was immune. If you pop those too quick, when they're spawning, you can't attack them. Yeah, that's the same one. Sometimes you will run into a situation where each of the nodes would have their own little bonus thing. This is a pretty small mission, so it doesn't surprise me that's not the case. I missed it. Ran to us too fast. The other thing on this one is I'm not too worried about the finishing the main story arc here before I finish the bonus, because the mission was geared towards return to the base. So there you go, return to the base. We got what, 4? Let's go ahead and knock out that bonus. Miskeyed there. Alright, we need one more. Let's grab it. Oh, no, we are too far away. So we're going to have to go back. So we did get outside of this range. While those are not always the most accurate, they do try to show you where you should be fighting. I'm actually kind of surprised these didn't count. And we're within a relatively close range of that. So let's go ahead and drop back down. Hey, we got better gloves. Alright, let's see if these guys are shit. And let's pull this guy over here. Come on. Okay, that got us. So that cleared our bonus. While we are here, you know, if I was in this situation, exploration does give you experience. So by clicking that off, we've got 35 conquest points. We've got 2,800 XP. I usually don't go out of my way to explore if I'm just playing through a playthrough, but you can do that. You can use exploration experience to kind of work yourself through some levels. Go ahead and quick travel back, and when we turn this one in, I guess we're gonna see some more missions. We will see here. into this little communication center. I might be completely wrong, though. Let's see.
Good to hear from you. We've been receiving...
Alright, so this is a good don't annoy your player moment. Right, they could have sent me all the way back here. And again, with quick travel, it's not a big deal. But by doing this, we still get to talk to the original people. But it keeps our flow of the map going. So that's not too bad.
Good to hear from you. We've been receiving the feed from the data arrays, and what we've learned is quite interesting. We had assumed there were 1, perhaps 2 groups of Tals out there. We found 6. Had we attacked earlier, we would have gotten 1 group and the other 5 would have gone to ground.
I'm always a professional.
I will not underestimate the Tals. Complacency is what got the Colonel killed.
The good part is we know how many Tals there are. And the bad part is we don't have enough forces to hit all 6 groups at once. We have devised a plan to put the Tals in position for a killing blow. Their supplies, weapons, medical equipment, and the high-calorie food they require, all of it is stored in one central location. They may be adapted to the cold, but without their supplies, they wouldn't last a week. So we will destroy their cache.
Blaster fire works faster than starvation.
We'd have to stalk them through the snow, but without supplies, all the Tals will come together to plan retribution. If I were them, and suddenly without food, I would raid this base. So we will amplify our defenses here and spring the trap shut. Unfortunately, getting at their supplies may be difficult. They are in a series of ice caves overrun by Wampers.
I like number 3. More ice and more caves.
That sounds like a pretty unforgiving security system.
Wampers can be fooled. A combination of synthetic pheromones and body language could make them think a Tals is part of their pack. All the more reason to bring back their equipment. We could learn much from the Tals.
The last thing you'd want to do in a Wamper cave is weigh yourself down.
I think we're going to continue with our streak of agreeing with our brethren.
You'd be surprised how much I can carry.
Very well then. Who am I to say if you've gone mad? Take anything of theirs that gives them aid or comfort. Make them come crawling. Let them know who the masters of this miserable world are.
So it's probably going to have a slight change on our mission there. Whereas if I chose the first one, we would have been destroying things. Or the second one, and then the one I chose, probably shouldn't have opened that, will actually be collecting things.
Oh, you shouldn't have.
I mentioned this earlier and then never got back to it. Another way you can raise influence are with these companion gifts. So there are
you shouldn't have.
Green ones, blue ones, purple ones, gold ones. Also, you'll notice that different amounts. So that last one, we got a 6 influence. We got a 32. This one's moderate. We'll see what it does.
Hey, thanks.
That one's a 72. Each companion has a different category of gifts. So you'll notice this one's called Imperial Memorabilia. Mako, not being pro-Imperial, has no influence, right? So if I give this to her, nothing will happen. That one's also no influence. Don't see any others. Let's open up some of this stuff. We'll gear ourselves up here as well. So each companion has a different thing that they like, and they like different things at different levels. So the higher level, green, blue, purple, or gold, and the more of what they want, the more influence you can gain there. You can influence them all the way up to 50 just doing that. So, all right, what do we got? Critical over accuracy. Nah, we'll stick with our accuracy. That one's an improvement. In general, we're always going to go for the higher rating, as opposed to the stats. Well, that's not a horrible looking piece of gear. What were we wearing before? Yeah, that one's not bad either. If you do like consistency, though, again, I'm using the Outfitter. So then you'll see, you know, our stats changed, right? This one has higher critical, you know, so we get some stuff here, but our damage goes down. This one has higher mastery, endurance, power, and accuracy. This is a new system in 7.0. Not 100% sure how good or bad it is, but alright, same thing here. I don't want to give up the accuracy. What is our accuracy at these days? Probably still lower than I want. Yeah, 105. Most story stuff, this isn't going to matter. The magic number that people go for, especially if you're doing like operation bosses and stuff like that, is 110%. At 110%, the bosses that have, you know, I don't remember what the stat's called, but the ability to influence your accuracy caps out, I think, at 10%. So 110% minus their 10% debuff of you, essentially, drops you down to 100%, which means you don't miss. If you're trying to maximize DPS, this is mostly just a DPS stat, tanks automatically get it at 110%. And healers, I don't think it has an influence on healers. Yeah, back to... Were we in that cave already? Yep, so there, we're going to a different section. And healers, because you're healing other players, it's not really that big of a deal. If you're doing some off damage, you might miss. So really DPS tends to stack accuracy. The other disciplines, don't worry about it. Tanks, though, you know, they've got a bunch of ones they have to balance. There is an absorption rating. There's a shield rating. There is, let's see, it's shield, absorption. There's a third stat. Let's see if it's listed here. Let's make sure I didn't draw aggro there. Might not be on this. Yeah, here we go. Defense, absorb, and shield. Those are definitely the ones that you deal with for your tank. I think alacrity and critical tend to be healer driven. Accuracy is one that you want for DPS. In the old days, before they kind of compiled those all into one set, there was like a willpower, and like each class had a different main stat. Now they all kind of are linked into mastery. Mastery and power are kind of the ones that have replaced that whole system. But it was interesting. You know, you'd have, I can't remember, I think there were at least 4 to 6, I can't remember off the top of my head. But that's been changed for a long time. Okay, last time we came in here, that other player had come through before us. So we just ran through the cave.
Scared of you.
This one does have a bonus. What do we got? Tulls and Wampus. It does appear somebody has come through before us, though. So we were just catching the edge of the respawn there. There's another group. There's the player right there. What are they doing? Ah, we'll let them go. Lost sight of them. They might be on the same mission. Seem to be heading to the same area. Okay. One of the nice things about melee characters like Wampus is they do group up for you, which is kind of nice. Makes for doing area attacks and stuff a little bit easier. So what we're going to do is we're going to pull the aggro here, shoot one of these guys, bring them down, get them off of Mako, and then we'll just drop some area on them. If you get arranged in that group, you can line of sight them. So you hide around a corner or something like that to make them run up to you. or just kind of kill the group and pick them off later. Alright, I think we harvested everything there. Let's go ahead and go over. If I remember at this spawn, a bunch of them actually spawned in afterwards. So we'll grab them, grab that guy there. Yeah, so there come the spawns. And as long as they're normals, you can see how fast the normals drop. Especially if you do something like this. We'll knock the normals down so they're not doing any damage to us. So by grabbing multiple spawns, you can actually get through these kill quests or kill subquests relatively quickly. Now you do want to be careful. So like here it looks like we have a couple of ranged. So like if I was trying to do that with this group, you know, they kind of stay. We can do things like, you know, pull them into the thing, but there's a limit on how many times you can do that. Or again, like I said, line of sight would take care of that for us as well. Okay, where are we supposed to be? Recover, collect, recover. I think that's all up there. We're going to try to be sneaky. Think they see us? Yeah, we're so stealthy. There is an advantage of... Oh, somebody's been through here before us. Alright, there we go. Oh, we're going to have to take these guys out. Probably a relatively quick respawn time here. There's an advantage of being at the top of the levels, though. We're level 41. These guys are level 37. The higher level you are compared to the enemy, the smaller the aggro range, right? So you can actually run a little bit closer to them and not draw aggro. And we got food. What else do we need? Recover ordnance. That's just a crate. We'll grab it. But something is triggering my memory that ordnance is actually down below. Down in this area. Yep, there it is. Ah, I thought that would kill me. Alright, we'll take advantage of our abilities here. Okay, so something you can do, if you have a long jump and you can pull this off right, we can jump off of here and then you won't take the fall damage. Don't know if there's a limit on that as far as how far could you do that, but as long as you can get the ability off before you hit the ground, I'm pretty sure you can pull that off from a pretty high distance. Now, depending on how far it is, you might get yourself into a little bit of trouble because Mako might have to run around, but if you get far enough away, she's going to teleport to you. So, okay. Looks like we're going back here. Yeah, that's going to throw me off because that's the weekly. But I think we're just going to do another quick travel. Flow with this one's been a little bit back and forth just to do a single mission without the grouping up of missions. So a little bit slower. I'm actually surprised we haven't picked up, you know, another theme park of side missions here. But so I don't think we're really gaining by coming back here. Again, if you didn't have quick travel, I guess it'd be a little shorter, but
here you are. Watch out. The Talls will want this back.
Excellent. I will search through this once the coming battle is over.
Which won't be long. Our sensors will catch the Talls, and our anti-personnel guns will obliterate them.
Commander! Commander! There's reports of a Talls attack.
Excellent. What wing are they headed for?
No wing, sir. They're at the power station. They're overrunning the guards. They brought bombs.
These Talls have no fear. Even when their army is at its last breath, they want to take us down with them.
If they kill the power station, we'll have no heat. We'll have to evacuate, or we won't last past nightfall.
Don't tell me you didn't think of this.
The station's guards won't be able to hold off the entire Tull's force.
I'll call for reinforcements from a Damus orbital. They should be able to land within the hour. Just get to that power station, and quickly.
I love how we're going to be the one that does it. The entire Imperial forces can't. Okay, there we go. So now we've picked up a quest here. He doesn't look good. So again, just as a design element, right? He's holding his gut. I'm going to guess this is going to be some kind of a, we were overrun, we got hurt, please help us out. But let's take a look.
Ni at ambumpa poshuda mokili mokranki. Ni at ambumpa poshuda mokili mokranki. Buka kampak nijit tonka yiliska chanaga.
What's keeping you around here?
Se gota do muti kihasa da puño. Liz di woto. Chicos pa inigudat ijigliska chanagawa. Kabanotase makibuna. Malituta odmishka.
Sounds good is probably closer to the pay.
You got yourself a deal.
O bagthra wanawaga mi punawa duetwipe. Buka kampak nijit tonka yiliska chanaga.
So another just kind of quest design. This one, okay, that's not where I expected it to go. But again, notice they put them close together, and then Dar will give us our pay. I'm going to predict he may be. I'm not getting the in this next area. This is kind of our. There we go. Let's go to this area, then jump back out. I would guess there's a base here. I would guess that's where we'll pick up our pay, which will push us over to the next quest hub. All right, I guess we'll head west. Don't see any other quests in here. Yeah, I doubt there's any quick travel out there. No, could make an argument. Yeah, it's probably about the same. I don't know that one is closer than the other, so we'll just travel it. So while we're traveling, I'll remind everybody we are playing Star Wars The Old Republic in support of the Extra Life streaming initiative. Extra Life is a group that tries to get streamers together. We stream and try to collect donations for a group called Extra Life that supports the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals are all over the United States, Canada, I believe Puerto Rico. So most every state has one. We play locally for Phoenix Children's because I'm based out of Arizona. I also believe there is a Children's Miracle Network in Tucson as well. Ooh, two freezes. I could have hit my what's it called on this character, Determination, which purges that, but it wasn't a hard fight. All right, but we got no codex entry for it, so. So yeah, I play for for Phoenix Children's Hospital. If you follow the link in the chat, or the link is down in the description, or if you just go to extra-life.org and search for Deconstruction Gaming, you will find my page. Who is he? So you'll run across these every once in a while. Sometimes they're for a mission, sometimes they're just, each planet has these named NPCs. Oftentimes they will have an achievement linked to them. So, find and kill them on each planet. I finished all those a long time ago, but they can be fun to do. Okay, where are we at? We've got two things here. Recover the power converters. We've got to do the killing below, which will be down there, which is an instance. We'll check to see if either of these have a bonus quest associated with them. Alright, so that one's melee. We're going to go ahead and grab him. We'll pull him over to us. If I can. Now we can area this whole group down for efficiency. Alright, picked up a bonus quest. Didn't kill the last guy. What's the bonus quest for? That's for the recover power converters, which look to be these boxes. Awesome. I was hoping for that. Sometimes on these missions, you'll notice it says to collect 10, and it's like, oh my, we gotta go find 10 of those silly boxes. But sometimes they will be based around a random number, like a 1 to 3 in this particular case. We'll see. See if it's consistent. We got 3 out of the last box. We got 3 out of that box. Hopefully we get some randomness to it. Alright, this one we're going to go ahead and we're going to finish the bonus because, no, I think we'll be safe. If I remember right, he said return to DAR to get your pay. So we're probably going to be okay. We picked up 3 on that one. So yeah, this one might just be he just gives you 3 per box. Which is kind of funny, since you have to collect 10. 3 not being directly divisible by 10. Or, sorry, 10 not directly divisible by 3. Oh, looks like we're going to finish the bonus anyway. It's not too bad. Couldn't have planned it any better. And then that only gave us 1. Okay. So, where is Dar? I don't see him there. Okay, that one's interesting. Dar is back in the main base. Yep, he is there. That's interesting. I wouldn't have thought it would have pulled us back there. But evidently it is. So now I'm curious, will this quest pull us back to the main base before we move on to the next area? They must be doing the same quest that we are. So notice that we both walked in here, right? But you don't see him in here. So this is what we mean by the instance. We both have our own copies of this area with our own NPCs, own story elements, and basically everything. Suck him over here. This. Those can sometimes do an extremely large amount of damage. You'll run into different ones. There's that one, the explosion one. There's the freeze one that we've seen. There's electrical ones that do damage over time. There is a chemical one that also does damage over time. And I think there's another one that just temporarily stuns people. And they're predetermined. You know, that one's always going to be an explosion in that spot. Alright, we just got a bunch. I don't think we're going to have to go chasing after NPCs in this one, so we'll just see where it takes us. At least to complete the bonus. Okay, what are we supposed to be doing here? Disarm the bomb in the main hall. I guess those 2 guys are arming it. So let's take care of that. Ha! Stop arming the bomb. I think we surprised them. And that's probably going to ping a next one. There you go. There's the next bomb. And again, we're easily going to get that, so we're not going to go chasing after extra guys. We're just going to follow the map and try to avoid as many of these as we can. Because it is an instance, they will stay there. Nobody's going to come and take them, so if we did have to come back, we could. But if you look at the way they've placed this circle, it's basically anything in this whole level is going to count. So we will run into plenty. So we'll get into spawn skipping mode. Might be able to avoid him. Now sometimes it's a good idea, just if you are having trouble with combat, because he was a movable one, I probably could have skipped him, right? But then if I get into a battle that maybe I'm struggling with and he walks up on that battle, adding that to the combat could overwhelm you. In here I don't think so. I'm not overly worried about much in this particular area, but if you are lower level or having trouble in an area, it's a good technique to not get yourself overwhelmed.
Thought I'd be a pushover, huh?
You tell him, Mako. Something else is each companion has a whole bunch of things they will say.
Will do.
If you just want to click on them.
Let's do this. Just doing my job. Not a bad bit of work if I do say so myself. Well, now what do we do? I'm following your lead. We'll talk later, okay? You need something? So, how do you want to spend the credits? Will do. We'll talk later, okay?
Oh, you're starting to get a lot of repeats
No sweat.
now.
I'm following your lead. Right. Let's do this. You need something? Just doing my job. Time to find out who's standing between us and a week on the beach. I'm following your lead. I'm following your lead. Right behind you. We're a great team. Let's keep going, yeah? We're a great team. Well, now what do we do? Righto. You need something? We could use some R&R, that is for sure.
A couple
Ready
new
when you
ones in
are.
there.
Just doing my job. I'm a slicer, not a psychic. What's on your mind?
Okay, that
We're
might
a
be
great
it.
Team. Will do. Well, now what do we do? Will do. I'm following your lead. Not a bad bit of work if I do say so myself. Following your lead, as always. Time to find out who's standing between us
Yeah, I
and a
don't think
week
we're
on
gonna
the
do
beach.
it. The psychic one might
Will
be the
do.
one I'm thinking of.
So, how do you want to spend the credits? Right behind you. Ready when you are. Just doing my job. Right. Let's do this. We'll talk later, okay? Ready when you are. Following your lead, as always.
So some of them will have a phrase, like one of my favorite
Ready when you
ones
are.
is M4 on the trooper. One of them, if you just keep clicking him long enough, he'll say something along the lines of, you know, my armor is impenetrable even to your constant touching or something like that. So, kind of funny. Okay, back on task. I would guess that's the final bomb. I don't think we're going to get by this one. We'll try hard here. Nope. That would have been pretty optimistic. That's alright. So now it's mostly just, I don't want to say grindy. We killed a lot of NPCs there at the entrance, so if we didn't do that, we probably would have needed those guys to finish the bonus anyway. So there's one of the electrical damage over time ones. Okay, it's either partially memory or just level design here, but if we look at this space, right, we've got big open area, no NPCs in it, and this is an instance, so nobody has come through and killed them. Up here is our last bomb, wherever it is. Is that it? There we go. Notice the thing didn't pop until we got close. There's going to be some kind of fight in here, right? You can just kind of see the way it's set up. Interesting enough, especially because you see that usable thing down there. Now, it doesn't always mean there's going to be. They sometimes stick those in, but this feels like a final boss arena style fight. So let's see what we got. Yeah, Okay, confront the tall sergeant. So, okay, there we go. So, in doing that, we triggered this spawn. These guys spawned in. And again, if you don't see a battle coming here, maybe you just haven't played many games. Alright, let's see what he has to say. Gotta go with 1.
That's the great thing about employment. They don't have to care.
So there was mention of a champion. So same thing here. I'll just let Mako shoot him for a while. So nothing has spawned in, right? But again, we have this nice big area. As soon as he dies, here we go. There is the, the trigger, right? We talk about triggers a lot, where it's okay. As part of a script, we took care of that, which brings us to the next thing. Now, if we were standing there, I'm guessing we probably would have drawn aggro. So, it was set up for him to join the fight as the last guy falls, right? He comes, looked like he dug himself out of the ground there. There's another one back there. And would have joined the fight, as kind of the champion. Alright, let's see. Let's do the damage over time. Come over here. So we have to get aggro. There we go. So now when I pop that, you notice the cyan numbers are kicking off there, or were kicking off. They're there. So that is that device actually doing damage to the NPC, the enemy. So again, I talk through these things mostly to both give tips, but also if you are struggling with, some aspect of combat, these little things can make a difference. Right? If you're having trouble getting past that guy, you might be able to do that, or you could run over here and use that for some extra damage as well.
Lieutenant Oron reporting in, sir. Our company is on the ground and we have secured the perimeter.
That's good news.
We'll finish up here. If you return to Dawn Base, Commander Triton will no doubt want to congratulate you in person.
Alright, so yeah, they are sending us back to the main base. So our class quest was over here a long time ago. Now we're coming back here. That's the Chiss and the Commander. That makes this turn in make more sense. If they would have had us turn in, down here at this base and then have to travel here, it would have been a little more annoying. I was thinking it was going to be our leader quest over to here, but okay. I think we're done with this area, so let's go ahead and take care of the heroic while we're here as well. Okay, what do we need to do? We have Republican Talls. We got somebody else here doing this, which is not as big of a deal as it used to be. It used to be that if you were fighting in an area like this, let's say had a limited spawn, like you have to kill so many of these specialists. When you had trouble getting specialists, you just have to wait for respawns if somebody else beats you to it, or team up. What you'll see a lot of times is, in the old days, I would be here, he would be here. We'd be like, hey, you know what? Let's just join. We'll join forces. That way we kill things faster, but also both get credit. Since then, in the 7.0 expansion, they actually added the a tagging system. Okay, Snow Commando, War Veteran, and Taskmaster. I think there's probably more than one of each of those. We shall see. But if he came over here and just shot this Snow Commando once, he'd get credit for it. Used to not be that way. It used to be if you came up on a battle like this, where you saw somebody else fighting. I'm gonna pull aggro on him so he's not shooting Miko. it would be gray to him. He could help me. He could still fight the stuff. But he wouldn't get any credit for the forces. He wouldn't get any credit for the commando. But it's a good change. The only thing you might run into is if a player doesn't understand that change. Like he never came over here. You also might get some negative chat of people who don't understand the system. So you come up, you start shooting their NPC. So like there's a war veteran, right? Oh, who's he fighting there? Taskmaster. We want to get his... I didn't get there in time. So what we wanted to do there... He'll respawn, so I'm not worried about it. If I would have got one shot in on that, it probably would have met this requirement. I'll wait and see if he wants to get a shot in. Come on, take a shot. There you go. So now he should get credit for that. Which does make life a little bit easier. Alright, he's going up there. Let's see if we can throw a... I don't think I can get close enough. So now that he tagged that group, like I can come up here. So there's another commando. Since that Taskmaster was a champion, I'm gonna guess that that's probably the only one. Yeah, see he's even got his own special icon to defeat the Taskmaster. So we're gonna hang out over here because we still need to just kill some Old Republic and Tal's forces, which should hopefully be any of these. We need one more drill instructor. Because these snow commandos were a named one, I'm not sure if it's going to give us credit. Let's see. We trigger. Yeah, since we've got three, so we might need to go searching for some others. There we go. So now the Taskmaster is back. We'll take care of that one, and then we'll search for the rest of the guys. So that's a pretty decent respawn. You know, I don't think it hasn't really affected us or slowed us down or anything like that. Probably should have let my stuff cool down a little bit. Area attacks tend to burn through your resource. So now all I'm doing is just doing the default attack. The default attack doesn't use resource. We'll let these get back to 4 so that it recharges faster. And we have a good enough healer that killing them quick isn't a huge deal. Is that still our same person? Yeah, they're level 80. So what they're probably doing is they're just doing a daily run. So they got the weekly, they're coming over here, they'll fight through this area, and then they'll go on to the next one. I'm not as familiar with, I used to do that on Republic all the time, where you just go through and run dailies. I didn't do it on the Empire side as much. I found the Republic ones a little bit quicker, so... Okay. There's an instructor, we need those. And a couple of snow troopers. Let's bring this guy over here. So hopefully those 2 snow troopers trigger the forces. Yep, so we went to 4, now we went to 5. So those are the easiest kills, and it's taken us the longest to get to. This will knock out our last instructor. No bonuses on this one, so not too worried. As a reminder, these heroics, as soon as we meet the requirements of the main, it'll auto-complete the mission. So if you have a bonus that you're trying to work on, make sure you complete the bonus first, otherwise you will lose access to it as soon as the mission ends. This guy is not going to give us any extra. Need to find some spawns that are just not the named NPCs. It's really slowing this one down. Arguably not even worth the time. Although this is where we'll get the best gear. Do these guys respawn? I think those guys are all... Oh, there's a commander. A couple of specialist troopers there. Let's see. Maybe a group down there. Snow trooper, snow trooper. More to it. 3 more. Ambush specialist. Commander won't count. Number 1, 2, and an instructor. I think that's only good for 2. We'll come down here and help him with his kills. There, I'm at Alright, so I noticed that auto ended. No gear on this one. These supply crates are for upgrading your base commanders in Knights of the Fallen Empire, I believe, is when you first get access to those. Okay, we got everything is to return. We're not going to bother to go exploring. We're just going to jump down into the cantina, turn in these 2, and probably move on to the next area. Oh, I meant to check to see if he was still going to fight after that group. Otherwise, we got through it quicker than him. So notice we got one of our weeklies done now. So if that is something we wanted to pursue, we could. Not going to go after it specifically.
Bagthra wanawaga mi punawa duetwipe. Chechopa kuma ni umpi put malia bedwana ni bobo. Kabanotase.
How much do you think this crew made? I'm going to say 8,500. 5,000. You guys were getting ripped off. Alright, we're not going to be able to use any of that. Or it doesn't increase anything. Throw that one down there. Okay, we're just trying to get some better gear here though. So we'll swap out our 210 pants. Our 210 gloves. What do we got here? We got a 210. Alright, that got us up to 201. What else do we got in here? 220. Grab those. Our 210 shirt. Yeah, a lot of 210 gear. So that upped our ranking. That's actually pretty good. Again, notice that it didn't change the way we look because we are running the outfitter. If you want to run the, your actual gear. Oh, they've changed this. There we go. Show gear is our outfit, right? This is what we actually look like. This pieced together hodgepodge of gear, and if we wanted to turn our helmet on, that puts that little thing on. If you're just using gear that you acquire, for missions and stuff, this set is not a complete set of anything. The nice part about that is you can use what's called the outfitter. You can load up this gear, color it any way you want. Also, we now have weapons in the outfitter. So this allows us to look the way we want, and that won't change based off of the gear. So the gear is where you get your stats. And so you always want to upgrade this, right? The better this is, the better you'll fight. But it might not be the look and feel that you want. And so it allows you kind of the best of both worlds. You can design a look that you want, but you can also go ahead and have the best gear that you have available to you.
And you say the entire Toll's force was held off single-handedly by some bounty hunter?
It sounds incredible, to be sure, but here, I'll let you talk directly. Sir, our gratitude is overwhelming. We were just talking about you. May I introduce Moff Braynor, overseer of the Hoth system, among others.
I'm surprised you take an interest in this humble base.
Your base is key to our activities on Hoth, and if not for you, it would have been lost. It is for that reason I ask you your opinion. Would you say Commander Triton or just Captain Udris was more instrumental in the base's defense?
Say again. I think I remembered I knew this was coming as part of the conversation, although I thought it would be at the end of the whole planet. We're going to hook up our Chiss brethren here.
Captain Udris's advice formed most of our key strategies. We relied on him heavily.
That is as I expected. Very well.
So just out of curiosity, if you want to, you can explore these conversations.
Commander Triton's leadership has been forthright and direct.
I expected such a response. Triton works diligently, if not always wisely.
So you get a bit of flavor for both of them. He essentially agrees with you no matter what you choose. So
and you say
it's storytelling, right? It doesn't really impact the game progression or anything.
Captain Udris's advice formed most of our key strategies. We relied on him heavily.
That is as I expected. Very well. Captain Udris, you are now Colonel Udris. I am putting the base's welfare in your hands until further notice.
So, again, this is probably specific to, because we're playing an alien character. I don't think if you were human, you would have that response.
It seems you've broken down a few barriers, Colonel Udris.
Thank you. This is unprecedented. You do me great honor, Moff Braynor. I will have the base at inspection quality immediately.
Sir, if I might ask, do you think the enlisted men will have a problem taking orders from Colonel Udris?
You mean, will they refuse orders from a Chiss? They will at first. Then they will be made examples.
You could demonstrate your commitment by helping win the men over.
That is an excellent idea. I will begin immediately. Thank you, Moff Braynor. Colonel Udris.
That will be all.
Well, that went better than expected.
I suppose we should be happy we don't have pirate problems here.
He's referring to another security failure. Captain Revar at Leth Outpost lost a reactor substation to the Whitemore pirates. We have asked much of you, but Captain Revar has not, and his soldiers desperately need relief at the Leth Outpost. If you have the time, look in on them.
That'll be our Herald Quest to get us up to the next area. So those are the kind of decisions, like when we start every stream, we've got those emails sitting and waiting. I'm guessing we're going to get one from Colonel now. You notice it didn't change here because this is an open area. If we would have chosen the commander, we'd probably get an email from him. They'll give us some flavor text about how the men are, adapting or, anything like that. But also, notice it's put both of our things over here. Unfortunately, we don't have a quick travel to that area yet because we haven't been there. But we will take advantage of the speeder ride. Because in this case, the speeder ride is going to be quicker than us just hoofing it over there. I guess if I would have been really efficient, I could have... I'm going to guess the speeder is going to go here to here. So we could have quick traveled, but let's double check that. So it's there to there. So if we really want to be efficient, two things here. If you're trying to save money, it's 250 to 500. Quick travel is free. So we'll save ourselves the speeder ride from here to here. And as we kind of launch in here, we'll also save ourselves 250 credits. Now, this game gives credits away at such a rate that it's really not a problem. But you'll notice here now it's only 250. The way speeder travel works is it'll be, just accumulation of credits, right? 250, 500, depending on how many you go through. So if you quick travel to the nearest point and then speeder travel, you can save yourself a little bit of money.
Route is confirmed.
This character, we have 500 million on him right now, so 250 credits, probably not that big of a deal. But it is quicker this way. Okay, so I always kind of keep an eye on the map, making sure that I don't see any quest icons pop up. We got the codex entry for entering the area. That's kind of nice. This is our next base, Leth Outpost, if I recall. And now that we've been here, as soon as we land, so now we got our quick travel point to here. But also notice, we got some exploration. Oftentimes, I think we got that right as we landed. So if there would have been this side and this side as separate exploration points, we wouldn't have got that side. You don't get exploration when you're on the speeder. Alright, so here is our Herald Quest to get us into the next area. I already see some quest icons popping up, so this is our next quest hub. I see at least two. There's one there, and if memory serves, there's even one out here. So let's see what we got. I usually always try to start with the purple, the class story and planet stories.
What is this? I asked not to be disturbed. Ah, it is you. Commander Triton and that Chiss fellow spoke well of you. Make yourself at home. I was busy calculating our...
Okay, so writing, right? They wrote that so that I don't... let's see.
What is this? I asked not to be... Ah, it is you. Commander Triton and
They're
that
using
Chiss fellow
Commander
spoke
here.
well of you.
If Triton would have got the promotion, I'm not sure if that line would have changed. Like if he became the colonel, I can't remember if that was even in the dialogue, but if he became the colonel, would that have been colonel? I'm not sure.
What is this? I asked not to be disturbed. Ah, it is you. Commander Triton and that Chiss fellow spoke well of you. Make yourself at home. I was busy calculating our chances in case the Republic attacks. It looks grim. If they bring a force of any real size, we're doomed.
Don't focus on possibilities. Focus on what we will do.
That
The
sounded
best
very
force
Sith-like.
multiplier would be installing more automated guns, which we have. However, they eat power. What we really need is to tap into the nearby geothermal power substation, but it's been taken by the White Moor. We don't have the manpower to take on those pirates, and we've got a base that'll black out in any sustained fight with the Republic.
I've never heard of Imperials backing down from a fight with pirates.
They're Hawks, part of a group called the White Moor. 2.5 meters of muscle each. The last time they captured our men, they made them dig their graves in the ice using only their hands. Then they buried them alive. I couldn't chance that happening again, so we haven't attacked their power substation. But your odds look good.
I could do it, but in a Republic attack, they'll cut your power first.
You mean like a Dawn base? We've thought of that. Once it's ours, half of our turrets will be installed to cover the power substation. This is an energy coupling you'll need to install when you've eliminated all resistance. It should divert flow back to the outpost. With that power, our guns will be operational and give us a fighting chance. Go in strength.
Go in strength. Alright, looks to be a couple of missions. We've got another heroic.
Tula musta ki trita nini. Tanu valuya witiba. Wama oto chako ga huta pawa to bampaula. Chupichuta. Kasolyeli choy rato kabachuta.
What's your game plan?
Makulichi wanta hompa. Mulira wata wampa. Shisakawa kaya topa. Pubanda bakawanki. Muguto neompi bedwala ni bobo chopo uma.
Care to elaborate on that?
Tuana uba kili wata pongkidanko padogalola. Mukili makolunki ne at bompa bushuda. Yuna liska chananga wachitospa inikondinga.
What's in it for me?
Nagula yako tauchakaka. Tuto omishka kaba no tesma wetia?
I like how they play up these missions. You know, they can repel a team 10 times their strength. They haven't lost in 15 years, so let's go solo them. The line, I can pay, seems worth it to level a multi-million credit structure. I don't think we'll make multi-millions. The structure might be worth that, but our pay will not match that.
Agua bosca puño, bosca. Tula musta ki trita nini, tanu valuya witiba. No, kava ja ulnui gusche puño.
Who's responsible for this?
Wasta micha kolkuka dumaji, ta ushagwa upa. Chopechuta, kasolyeli choy rato, kapachuta.
You got yourself a hunter.
Chopechuta, kasolyeli choy rato, kapachuta. Pogwache chopa chimpa nolia, makachisa.
She's dramatic. Okay, so something that happens in this one, if I remember right, is our speeder's over here. We would naturally do a speeder run, and it would take us to the next base. But in the design of this area, and again, this might be... Yeah, so it hasn't spawned yet. But I think there's another mission out here. So we'll check that again as we kind of clear this area. So what you end up doing is you end up coming back for it. So we'll see if my memory is right or wrong on that one. Alright, so we have cleared out our quest hub. Nice part is we can quick travel through this base. How does our inventory? Our inventory looks fine. So we're not going to bother clearing that out. Okay, so what do we got? We've got the heroics up there. Class quest, planet quest, side quest. So let's go left first. If I remember right, there is a datacron down here at the bottom. You need a special device. It's some kind of like ice thinner or something along those lines that allows you to melt it so that it's not embedded in the ice anymore. I like little scenes like this. You know, you've got the two sides kind of fighting each other. They don't do any damage. You know, it's just animation. But it makes it feel like there's actually battles going along as opposed to you just coming in. So, okay, so this was supposed to be the group that is unstoppable. So here's interesting. We're down here to do one quest, and we can pick up another one. So let's see what this has to look. Spotted spying on the Imperial generators. The contingent looks to compromise towels and orderlands. These spies wiped from the region. Retrieve their ID cards. Defeat spies. Okay, so those are a little bit farther in. Alright, let's see what we got up here. So again, just old habits. I naturally kind of tucked myself into this corner in case they have a knockback. You just get knocked into the wall like that. I jumped, but they can't help you control the combat, especially against, you know, the harder enemies. Okay, so we need to find this looking for? Oh, we were standing right next to it. Alright, let's go ahead and click it. If we don't do the bonus, we don't do the bonus. There we go. So there's another phase to this. So it's not, short distance was definitely true. Looks to be just over there. Alright, let's go ahead and pull some aggro. Grab these guys down here. And we're going to back up. Oh, there's a little knockback. If we back up here, now we've line of sight. And they have to at least get close enough to us. This guy's chasing us. Those two are melee. He's got a little bit of a knockback. We can probably pull this guy down here. We'll hit that, we'll hit this. Not too bad as far as effectiveness. We need 2 more. I'm going to go ahead and just get those so we can get the bonus out of the way. So this group, you know, not very tight. Yeah, they got closer because what happened there is our healer pulled aggro. And since she was behind us, they had to come up to get into range. So you can sometimes take advantage of that. Alright, so that should knock out the bonus. Now we'll just concentrate on finishing the primary things here. We'll get that, get this. Alright, well that one just ended, so I mean we have to go back to turn it in the base, so we still could have done the bonus there. Alright, so up onto the ridge we go looking for spies. I think we found them. We got the orderlies. Pals, I think, told us. Alright, these battles don't look too terribly difficult. Do have a strong there. We're gonna try to get ourselves these guys. Alright, I think we pulled, yeah, pulled most of them together here. Alright, we need 15. Alright, let's see if we can pull him to him. There we go. And now we can area these guys down, burn through our resources. With just 2, it's probably arguably about the same speed if we just focused on one and killed it, and then focused on the other and killed it. Wow, he got really close and didn't attack us. I was expecting that. Alright, what do we need? 4 more. So 1 more spawn. Oh, he healed himself. Alright, 3 more. So one thing I don't like about Hoth is you get a lot of things like this. Okay, that one is clickable. Okay, I thought that was a shadow. So I thought I saw something, but then... Alright, let's take these guys out and get the lore up. But sometimes a lot of the things on Hoth, because of the color and the reflection and the movements of the snow, will look like a clickable when it's actually not. Oh, actually we need 1 more besides these guys. Probably should have fought that group, but would have had to fight these guys anyway if we wanted to get this lore object. Probably going to be something Tall's related. There you go. Take these 3 out. Ooh, purple. Probably Syndicate lanes. Anymore, that's usually what the purples are. Yep. Underworld Syndicate plans. Alright, what are we still looking for? Oh, disable communications equipment. I'm glad I checked. I was about to quick travel out, but there was another part to this that we didn't do. So what would be the communications equipment? I'm going to guess those towers look to have... There we go. That's got a clicky on it. Probably should have paid closer attention when we fought the spawn that we would have had to kill anyway. He's just out of range. Oh, no. Oh, he healed. Healing himself? That was interesting. More syndicate plans. If you're following along. Alright, and this should probably end it. See the Orderland Mechanics hut. Oh, set the Orderland Mechanics hut on fire and loot his ID card. That doesn't seem very nice. But we are paid to do what we are paid to do. Again, skipping some spawns. Notice that they put more than one up here. Is it just two? Yeah, so that way if somebody's coming through at the same time, you won't both get stuck trying to do it. That would be death. Also, that's the bottom of the map, so not anywhere you can go anyway. The reason I skipped those is we've already done the bonus. I can't think of a time where, unless it's a multi-stage bonus, that you're going to pick up another bonus mission. So, but this will probably be a fight. I'm guessing an elite, which would be the gold ones. I don't think it'll be a champion. There he is. Again, stick our back against the hut so he doesn't knock us back. He stunned us. Not sure if he was knocked back. Ambush could have had a knockback. Alright, I'm guessing... Okay, so both of those are turn-ins. Let's go ahead and... Actually, while we're down here, let's see how good my memory was. So if you go around the south side here, I'm pretty sure there's a Datacron stuck in the ice down here somewhere. I hear it. There it is. So an ice block with a Datacron in it. I'm scanning it. Requires a hydro thinner. So a hydro thinner is a unique item. I honestly, on the top of my head, don't remember where you have to pick them up. I think there is a... I don't know if there... Maybe... I don't think it'll be here. You know, there's going to be somewhere that you have to go. I can't remember if it's here on Hoth or if it's somewhere else that you'll have to buy them. They are, I think, a unique item, which means you can't have... I don't think you can have more than one, but maybe that might not be true. But they are also... They're not bound. So if you... Once you get one, you can just throw it in your inventory. Although now that Datacrons are global, it might not be a big deal. Alright. I've got one back in one of my bank boxes, but we're not going to bother with it. I don't remember which Datacron that was. So it's... If it's one I already have, there's no point in getting it anyway. If it is one of the ones that gives you the these shards, I don't use those for anything, so I'm not gonna bother. Okay, on to our purples. So what do we got here? Go to the substation. We're just gonna follow this pipe. Get out of that harsh sunlight. See how good my memory is. I think down here there's a lore object. I may be wrong. There it is. Again, probably... Oh, that was horrible. So I got knocked back right before I clicked that, so when I clicked it, I actually missed the group altogether and burnt my deadly onslaught. Not a big deal, but disappointing. Like that. There we go. Now we're nice. We needed those guys anyway. There's a chest there. There's all kinds of stuff going on here. So there's our... so this is maybe a bit of a callback for Empire Strikes Back. You know, where you're having trouble with your equipment on Hoth. And when we say callback, you know, obviously this game is taking place, what, like 1,000 years before Empire Strikes Back, but for the player, it's a nice callback. And so it looks like we've got the remnants of a vehicle here. You know, so they've kind of put the lore object in context of what we're trying to do. Okay. Now we will work our way up here. So we're trying to get to the geothermal substation. Also, we'll try to get through 15 pirates. So if we can grab those guys, bring them over. We'll grab these guys. We'll drag them over here. This is probably didn't gain a whole lot. If we just would have fought them, we probably could have killed them. So that group is, you know, kind of grouped up based on range. Let's try to be as efficient as possible. There we go. Again, truth be told, if I just would have fought them individually, it probably wouldn't have saved us all that much time. Alright, we need 3 more. I think we can get those. Okay, this happens sometimes. I'm not sure if it's happens during an attack or route or something. You'll notice that all of a sudden you feel like you're moving slow. It's why I keep the sprint on my bar. So if we turn that on, we're moving quicker. If we turn it off, we're moving slower. So kind of keep an eye on that. If you feel like your movement speed is down, you might have got knocked out of sprint mode. Then if you're on your numpad, if you hit the slash key, that's another... That one won't happen. You know, that's a choice, but if you bump that key or something, that can be another reason that you're moving slow. Alright. Let's skip that guy. What are we looking for here? That looks reasonably promising. Let's attack these guys. There it is. Probably could have skipped that group, but we'll just take these guys out solo. Clickable is there. Install the power coupling. Now, if you're really paying attention and role-playing through this, you know, there's the actual energy coupling. That's our quick travel for our heroic. There's the ID card that we collected, right? It actually does have objects for these. From a story standpoint, it gives you something that kind of exists. From a game standpoint, you know, it allows them to use the inventory system for a lot of these missions, which is kind of nice as far as a dev thing. So we'll stick that in there, and we have a return. So that one's done. This is kind of nice. We've picked up a quick travel point, so if we have to come back up here later, we can. We're going to go ahead and just try to not fight our way out of this area. Even if we draw aggro, we'll just run away. So this area, if I remember right, has both Imperial and Republic missions in it. But we'll go ahead and jump up here. I think we can fall down into this area. So there's a big ramp right here, and then the mission area is kind of down there below. Well, I guess we're fighting these guys. I hate it when you back out for speed.
Just a pretty sidekick, Buster.
No heroics. And can we drop? I think that's survivable. Maybe a little more survivable over there. Let's go around. So again, there you can kind of take the ramp down to this area, work your way around the base. There's also an entrance on this side, which I think is for the Republic. But we're just going to drop down here. And we will fight a couple things out here just to make sure we're not doing bonus mission. So if I remember it, like these crates here, right, like I think that's for one of the Republic missions. Either that or we're coming back here, one or the other. As a design thing, though, you'll notice that these guys are pirates, right? And so the nice thing about doing an area like this is, so there is a Republic player most likely. It's harder to tell these days. Oh, it's okay. It says Republic player. So, but you could see an Imperial Guardian now. That's a change that they made. Anyway, the nice part is with these being a third faction, you can make them enemies to both Republic and Imperial, which means you can design an area like this that both sides fight in, and not have to create extra areas. So I don't think we can sneak by these guys. Oh, might have pulled it off. There we go. And then when we get down inside of here, I guess the entrance here will be open world, but then we will drop into an instance at some point. There's a lot of things going on in here. Alright, we're going to try to just sneak through as many of these guys as we can. And when I say sneak, I mean just avoid the spawns. We don't have any actual stealth capabilities. Alright, we need to go that way. I was trying to see around the corner here to see if there was any kind of instance or anything down there. Alright, we're not going to be able to sneak by these guys. So we're going to pull, looks like a hole. Quit shooting my healer. Always got to protect you. Notice she's not pulling aggro, so that's kind of nice. If we were standing over there, we probably would have pulled those guys. Alright, onward and upward. Yeah, I don't foresee us sneaking by these guys, but we'll try. Alright, there's the mail. Saw the mail kick in. I'm going to guess that is most likely our Colonel Udris thanking us. Can't remember. Did I open up the mail droid on this guy? I didn't. Let's go ahead and grab that. We're not going to bother upgrading it for right now. The upgrade will just legacy make it so that the cooldown is quicker. Alright, so what that allows us to do is check our mail in the field. Yep, so there's Colonel Udris, right? So that's just the follow-up based off your decision. So you'll see that quite often where the impact of your decisions might not directly do anything to the gameplay, but you'll see stuff like that. So, alright, so there is a phase there, but that's not ours. Somebody ahead of us. What are they? Empire player Marauder. They're working their way out. guess. And we're working our way in. So they've already been down in here. Probably completed their quest, I would guess. Although, why they're walking out, I don't know. Nice part is, if there's no bonus, it can be nice to pass a player like that, because if there were any spawns in that area, we didn't have to deal with them. Okay, where are we heading? So there's the bounty hunter phase. Is there anything else in here? There's a Republic phase. So again, you know, both groups actually can fight in here. Not sure. Like, his mission may have been in this open area. I don't remember. Okay, now that we've entered the phase, if there is a bonus quest, we might pick it up in here. Alright, that's the slam guy that Blizz was telling us about. Kind of look around a little bit. But that's about all we can do, so... Let's go talk to Slam. I think he's going to give us some
we're
parts.
Just salvagers. Don't want no trouble. You ain't getting paid to catch blaster fire.
Relax. I'm not interested in blood. I'm looking for Slam Streaver. Blizz sent me.
Blizz? You're pulling my leg. Really? I'm glad to hear the little guy's okay. Never sat right with me, what Voss done to him.
He said he was framed. You could have stood up for him.
I did. Hell, it ain't like what they found was worth all that much compared to Blizz's know-how. But there weren't no convincing them. Hated turning him over, but I never really had a choice. Look, let me do right by him. I'll do whatever I can to help. What did Blizz send you for?
I need a couple of your heat resistors and a 3-phase field frequency tuner from Blizz's stash.
Heat resistor's no problem. That phase tuner could be another story. Foreman divvied up most of Blizz's stuff between the salvage crews, but I'll have a look. Well, you're in luck. Everything you asked for is here. What's left of Blizz's stuff, too. I appreciate it if you could get that back to him. And tell him I'm sorry, would you?
So I was expecting from that dialogue to be like, okay, here's the resistor, but you're going to have to go and find the other piece, and then we had to go fight somebody and loot it off their body. So, kind of a nice little change.
I appreciate the help.
Anything for a friend of Blizz. It's about time we pack it up. The foreman's gonna figure out we helped you, and he won't take kindly to that. We ain't much good in a scrap, and likely won't get far without someone who is.
We can handle that, right?
No problem. Just watch out for the shrapnel.
That's not really a joke. We usually make a pretty big mess.
Come on, boys. We're getting out of here.
So, in this case, I'm not sure if we would have went dark side on this choice. We might still have had to fight our way out, but we might not have. So, because this phase of the mission is to defend them. So you will find sometimes light or dark side will change the parameters in what you have to do. Alright. Is this Blizz? What do you think?
We ought to be able to make it from here.
Oh, nope.
Thanks for sticking your neck out for us. We'd have never made it.
Show me your gratitude some other time. I got a cyborg to kill.
Be careful. That fella's packed with more tech than an SWTOR chop shop, and has about as many screws loose.
You take care of Blizz for me, yeah?
Don't worry, we will.
Alright. Something else, if you'll notice our droid, our male droid, if you go in and out of conversations, in and out of instances or quick travel, the droid will just respawn in your new location. So you'll get a weirdness there. He's got a cooldown, and actually it probably just ran out. You can actually right click and get rid of him if you don't want him in your area. Alright, let's see if we've got any bonuses. There we go. So that's our in-instance bonus. Looks to be not too difficult to pick this one up. There's our cyborg. And we can harvest. Nice. Grab ourselves some metal. Alright, so there's the cyborg. Conversation precedes combat, I'm guessing. I don't see a clickable. Let's check our inventory. There's our heat resistor, our modified frequency tuner, Blizz's stuff. So I don't think we'll have to use those directly. We'll see. I have seen, sometimes in a combat situation where it'll give you a special item. You have to click on it, and then that will like lower a shield or do something to make it so that you can continue the combat. I don't know if this one's going to play out that way or not. Alright, so in this case we are going to go ahead and knock the bonuses out. I don't think it'll be a big deal. I don't foresee this one auto-aiming on us, but... And just for completeness. Oh, lost two guys, I guess. Let's see the little guy hiding behind the pillar there. There we go. And again, notice that not harvestable. And this one is strong or better usually. There are your limitations there. Alright, let's see if this guy's tough. Alright, so we killed a bunch of droids, but he calls them their family. So he is definitely chop-shopped, cyborged up. Oh, should we play stupid? Nah.
I'm only here for you, Aor. I'm not going to enjoy this, but maybe it's for the best.
I don't think we're going to have any choice as far as fight or let him live here, but we'll see. He's just a strong guy. Not even that tough of a fight. Okay, speak to Blizz. Oh, can we harvest him? Wow. He is more human than... I'm assuming we're going to get, scavenging. He was more metal than human. Okay, so that's the original base, so we have to go back there and talk to Blizz. We also have to go back and return this other stuff. Let's see. Let's hold off on the heroic in case we have to come back out here. Once we're ready to move on to a new area, we'll knock the heroic out. Or we could just save it and do all the heroics at the end. Although the way the time's going on this one, I don't think we're going to clear Hoth today. Alright, so here's a turn-in. So we'll just dump that off. There we go.
You did it.
We're running on geothermal power now. We blew a circuit when it came on, but that was easily fixed. Did the Hawks prove difficult?
Oh, gotta go with 3.
The job's done. Now we settle up.
I don't believe we discussed credits, but if that's the price for the outpost's survival, we can accommodate you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to oversee the deployment of our sensors and weapons. We've already begun the installation of our defense systems, and we're on schedule to be done before nightfall.
Sir, the Republic frequencies are alive with chatter. They somehow knew we had a power surge just now, so I swept for bugs and I found this. An energy monitor.
Do we have a spy or a traitor?
Based on the Republic's internal communications, they had this installed long before we took over this outpost. I only looked because the Republic chatter was so obviously shocked by the influx of power. They won't attack here. They'll bomb the main geothermal reactor to black out the entire sector.
Do you agree that's the most likely target?
If the grid goes cold, it'll get rid of all the pirates plugged into it too. It's a solid win for the Republic.
They'll have to cut through the Ortolan workers there and the Whitemore pirates, but they're sending Zero Squad snowtroopers. If I were a gambler like the captain here, I'd bet on them.
Put a bounty on their heads, and you'll have them soon enough.
Good. I thought you'd see it my way. Zero Squad is the Republic's best. If you defeat them, just think of the humiliation.
I'm guessing low level? Yep. Alright, so another mission there. Let's go turn this one in first.
The pirates were stealing power for their own uses. They won't be doing it anymore.
Chaskun ridupacha tomaya. Tanta zuza cheska pukta. Glis kataka dawata.
Almost feel bad about taking her money. Alright, where is our next mission? Is it still in this area? Yep. We're going back into the same spot we just were. Last time we went down here, this time it's up here. That's probably just that group phase that we saw earlier. Let's see, we've got a mission there. Doesn't look like we're picking anything up in the next area yet. We do have to go back here. Where is our heroic? We might be able to lean on the... Oops, let's go back out here, back out here. Yeah, we could... Actually, we could quick travel to there as well. Alright, let's pick up this mission. We'll go talk to Blizz. Then we'll pop back to this area to do what we need to do.
Pampawula ji ota kakoga huta nubisto. Poya toka changa goptula do bata wana wanki. Se gota do muti ki hasa da puño. Liz di woto.
What are you selling?
Moja jo chaluka. Kunachi do nikti toki saya tupi nu aviti. Umpa hupa. Jikilia umpasa do biska. Kabanotase makipuna. Malituta odmishka.
Let's get more specific about my pay.
Chechopa kuma ni umpi put malia bedwana ni bobo. Chonki faguta jiho poda ji oto vokise.
Compared to my other jobs, this'll be nothing.
Chioto flingola. Ah, chuba de naga bakawa.
Alright. Looks like we have cleared that. We'll check over here. Like I said, I've got this weird memory that there is a mission that we pick up. Although I'm not really seeing mission givers out here, so... maybe it's a false memory. Okay, let's see. Got a mission. Where is the... Oh, okay, it's inside there. Okay, so we just fight our way in to get those. That's pretty straightforward. Let's go back and talk to Blizz. Let's see, Blizz is up there. That's the road. Nothing new to pick up in here, but we do need to talk to Blizz to continue our class quest. Origin story. Gotta try to start using the new terminology.
Slam asked me to bring you this.
Kodva kinisibe liwe nezin walezek handaleno. Cosa bantulu tenga. Oko hemasusi helulu. Riwatini aruba. Che cosa niente baba yara fara. Ibana perke. Kelizi ya isli nitit mimini.
What's this heat resistor for, anyway?
Kilia kapisa jibinlu. Ango tonton. Jubinlu hamazu yaya. Tini epatebu. Ebeyote yatata. Relon pi niete bombom. Ayata suta un titi. Asuna duka rapta darotkawa. Chumiko waflo. Karuza suga baknovo. Ubarare duki buja.
Rock River would be lava.
What are you getting me into, Blizz?
Uja kalopo jubara kawanadabi. Chikua ibana ileta zuza domonolumi. Chakoza bifanete mambe nenga unti. Fime nekile ogen fuzo nalapo. Widi hayas chiha. Tansari penoshatsu. Aku sandantenko iki. No fuzo lompango no tipa. Yahosia daina. Ayapa shahara.
What's so special about Graddock that the Trandoshan would care if I kill him?
Baba Hamzuye, Lupariana Kujunzo. Baba Kirolo, Kaminotor Kolopo. Masachakosa Linchakan Fuhun. Obligundo Kita Baba Kawami. Omokobe Kabami Gabene. Nagwazi Niko, Nigaka Kumbupi Kumbababla. Kwaba Yinso Yamayuka Nikiki Gozonke. Choba the cast for and delay. Ayafa Gonjam Karuza, Espa Vanduntavin. Tashi Yahosa Yadan. Ropaton Lomo. Mosponsa Ventuti. Nakusa Dinin. Bobolo Mandayo. Zenobada Hinakas.
He should have stayed a nobody.
Kodva kinisibe liwe nezin walezek handaleno. Ngo pudava dalva noma confesco vami. Kimina ni halaneza nimba ni hala kamanahana. Kilia kapisa jibinlu. Ango tonton. Jubinlu hamazu yaya. Tini epatebu. Ebeyote yatata. Relon pi niete bombom.
It's nice he doesn't want me to get cooked. Alright, so you know, those last two items, Blizz's stuff, all got taken out, and now we've got this new item. Alright, nothing good there. I think we'll hit that. Where is the... I'm gonna guess... Is it in here? That's the adrenals. Adrenals. That is our class story. Feels like, and I just can't get to it. I think it's probably in the next area. Over here, there's like a volcano right here in the center. So I think that's where our class story is. I just can't get to it on the map. So we'll go ahead and just quick travel here. Take care of our class story and that final one. Maybe knock out the heroic. Might save the heroic. Not sure. We'll see if it naturally... If we naturally run out of time and we want to like stop at a particular area, we might run the heroic. If not, we might grab all the heroics next time we play. Okay, same thing. Try to skip as many of these guys. Hopefully they don't knock me off this time. There we go. Oh, that one might be suicidal. Oh, it wasn't too bad. Not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It was not my intended route. Alright, if we were being really safe, we'd stop and heal. But we're going to just try to... I think we snuck by these guys before. Okay. We're inside. We're going to head towards our instance, but we do need to get these adrenals. What does it say? Retrieve 15. So this one can go a couple of different ways. Because we're retrieving, this isn't based directly on kills. So far in this group, I see 1, 2. Now, these could have more than 1 on them. I don't know. There's 3. Let's see if this one pops up. So we got 3 yellows. Yep. So we're probably going to have to kill a number of these guys. So let's round some up. Let's get these guys over here. Get these guys over here. Now I'm going to pull Mako back over here. So that anybody attacking Mako will now line of sight. So these guys here, see how they're all kind of grouping up? Alright, we'll get Mako back to healing. We'll throw our shield on. Yeah, we'll do a little bit of self-healing. And maybe pay attention to our combat. Alright, so that was maybe a little ambitious to pull that whole group. Part of the problem is right now is Mako's also not having to heal herself because I let her take so much damage. And through that, she only has so many heals and cooldowns, and so she wasn't healing you. She's trying to get herself back alive. Once we got over kind of the critical incoming damage, popped some cooldowns, I could have hit this as well. We were fine, but a little close. That can get you killed. Okay, where are we heading? We can harvest a couple of guys here. We'll harvest those 2. We're heading to that next area, so we'll just figure we can get 4 more back there. I think there'll be enough of a spawn. Unless somebody's gone through before us. Alright, so that's the group phase we're heading to. Oh, let's be optimistic. I doubt we're going to get 4 in this group.
You're going to get it now.
We're not going to bonus out, though. I wasn't even paying attention to that. Fire in the hole, which is this. That's still our adrenals. Okay, this is a multi-stage one. Let's pay attention to this. Let's go ahead and pop back here. Let me get the adrenals before I go in the instance. Hopefully also get the stage 1 with the multi-stage done. And then we'll see what stage 2 is. Whether it's something that looks to be inside the instance or outside the instance. The only thing I like to be careful of on the multi-stage fights is if you push too far, and let's say stage 2 is to click on these supply crates, right? But we don't finish stage 1 until we're way deep into the instance and there's no supply crates there. Then you'd have to backtrack to finish the multi-stage bonus mission. They tend to do really well by you as far as XP goes and even rewards. So there you go. So this is what we're looking for. Now, doesn't mean that there's not some of those inside the instance. But if there isn't, then we would have to come back out here to get that done. So hopefully there's a bunch of them around here. let's pop in here. I'm just curious. And we will see if there are any of those fuel crates in here.
I'm not just a pretty sidekick, Buster.
And we've got another bonus. So we got the multi-stage bonus and a inside the instance bonus. Alright, we'll go to this kind of bigger area. See if we see any fuel crates. If not, we are going to go ahead and backtrack out of the instance to make sure we complete that. Because I do want to complete the multi-stage part. Alright, there's none up here. We're going to give up and go back. Yeah, I don't see anything. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and go take care of our bonus here. We leveled again. Not that it matters. So a couple of things can now happen. There's a chance. I was hoping those would have respawned. So, okay, let's take a look at our map. What do we got? We've got the stage 2 there, and stage 2 there. So it looks like we were meant to kind of do stage 1 here, pick up stage 2 as we kind of enter this area. Actually, that might be a good thing right there. Yep, there we go. There's 3 of them. Plus, somebody ran through here and killed the guys. So that's a good thing. Okay, there's stage 2. Now, since stage 2 was kind of part of that tunnel and in here, we'll go ahead and pretend like we did this. Okay, White Malt Overseers. Okay, so this is in a whole different area than our instance. So, a couple of things could be going on here. One, the multi-stage missions, bonus missions here, might be completely unrelated or unlinked. Another thing that can happen is when we get in here, we disarm these bombs, it's going to give us a go fight the boss down in this area type of thing, right? Because this is also a class, is this class? No, this one is a planet mission. I'm going to roll the dice and say we're going to have to go down to that bottom area anyway. So let's clear the instance. Now, this is an instance for us. Notice that there were guys here we fought before. The instance has stayed intact. So we do have 11 people to kill in this area. Let's go ahead and grab them. Get that guy. Get that group. Get that guy.
Pretty sidekick, Buster.
Pull this dude over. And the nice part about that knockdown is they're not doing damage while they're knocked down. Try to get his attention. So now he's targeting me. We're going to run around behind here. So now we've got line of sight. He should come running around. There he is. And we'll just kind of toy with him here a little bit to bring him. This will do 2 things. You can group people up that way, but also if you're taking too much damage, you couldn't shoot us during that, right? So, you know, we actually we're not taking damage from him. Wasn't a big deal for us, but can be a way to get around that. So, all right, what are we looking for? Those both look to be up above us. And since we're saving our bonuses, we'll go ahead and just kind of keep moving through here. We might knock this out as we release the bombs. Alright, that's not what I expected. We'll come back to that one. I thought it was up here. Looks like this one is. I guess I just didn't see the other one. So we'll go back down and take care of that one. Now we kind of know what they look like. So we'll drop back down here. Yep, it was right in front of us. But notice that sometimes the clicky doesn't come up until you get close enough. Okay, 0 team leader. Still inside the instance. We've knocked out the bonus. So, is that him back there? Might be. There's a sergeant back there. Alright, we're gonna skip the guys in here. Alright, let's see what's going on here.
All civilians need to evacuate the station. Step away from the console with your hands on your head. I said, step away from the console with your hands on your head.
Wow, he's upset.
Did you seriously sign up for the army so you could threaten Ortolans?
Intruders! I've got intruders in the shaft room!
Right, so we got, oh, there's our knockback. Oh, punch you as well. Oh, my punch is on cooldown. How does your punch so fast? There, one for you. Oh, you got one back. His rotation must be better than mine.
It's obvious I'm not here for your benefit. Why aren't you running? You provide expertise, and the Empire will provide protection.
There they are! Get them!
I should get a royalty on the contract. Oh, that's 0 team? It wasn't so tough. Must say I'm a little disappointed. Oh, there's another spawn. So, I've mentioned this before. If you are struggling with the combat aspects, leaving those spawns active for a fight like this could be risky if you would accidentally pull another group into the fight. But for our cases, they cleared. This is another thing you'll see in an instance, right? See if he has anything else cool to say. That was pretty exciting. I see why you do it. Yeah, it's the same thing. Okay, we are going to stay in here though. We've got our multi-part bonus still hanging out here. The nice part here is we'll be able to get out of the instance with no combat. I'm a little surprised though that they were that separated. I would have thought the third part of the bonus would have been in here in the instance, right? Like, you know, we did our combat, but maybe up here, you know, or, you know, there's plenty of room in here to do something, but so be it. Only downside to the rocket boosts is combat will knock you out of this stage, so once we get out here and have to fight people again, it's going to run out anyway. But we would have got knocked off right there based off of combat. And interesting enough, if you are in a group and you are on the rocket boost and somebody in your group gets into combat, so let's say you're using it to try to catch up and they're way ahead of you and they initiate combat, it will also knock you out. So that's kind of fun. Whereas if you're on a normal speeder, you can stay on the speeder unless you fight or get knocked. Is that one of the overseers we need? Okay, that's not too bad. We don't necessarily have to go all the way down there. We'll see if we pick them up along the way. And then we'll also see, this is stage 3. Sometimes stage 3 will end this, sometimes stage 3 will lead to a final encounter. So there's an overseer. Grab that.
I'm not scared of you.
Some people do get, I would say, annoyed maybe. We were just here, right? And now we're back for another mission. Is this also, no, so this is maybe on me. Although I think I followed a natural progression. We're in here now for the... So theoretically, if we would have done this stuff, then when we did our class mission down here in the instance, we would also be doing this. So they would be stacked, but I don't know. We either pushed one too fast or something, but the flow didn't feel right. Didn't feel like we would naturally do that. Okay, so here's an instance where I'm going to spawn a guy, and we're going to go ahead and do this to illustrate it. So this guy's going to spawn for the fight, and he spawns right here. So now I come over here and fight him, and let's say he has a knockback, right? And I get knocked back here. Boom, I get knocked back. Okay, so now I've pulled aggro here. That can be detrimental. Like I said, if you were having issues with that fight, adding these new guys to the fight could get to the point where it's overwhelming. Usually in just kind of the open world here it won't be. So see how I'm moving him around? Just by line of sighting him around that pillar. I hate that. My channel really got interrupted by his stun. Oh, what do I have? Will that work on me? Oh, there we go. Right back at you guys. So yeah, I think if we would have done a better job of coming down here, so we had to come in here twice, probably couldn't have done it in one. But for some reason I got out of sync or something, so. Okay, I'm thinking back to the base. The Leth outpost. Return. Locate. What was it? Ungen. That's definitely our class story for the next area. We've got to return. We've got to turn in. So the turn in, I'm going to guess, these tend to be your that multi-part special or multi-part bonus that we did. So 152,000 experience points, 23,000 credits. You know, as far as rewards for this planet, that's pretty decent. We'll compare that to what we get up here. So 152,000, 23,000 credits. This was a normal mission.
Kuchusa yomata chitoya asubwi mota uipa.
So this one's 84,000 as opposed to 152,000 and 7,000 credits, 8,000 credits compared to 23,000 credits. Not to mention, as we did the multi-stage, each stage also gave us experience. So let me go back through stage 3. Yeah, it looks like only 1,300 experience. I don't see any big experience gains there. Scroll back up to find stage 2. If it's not too far away, or I've missed it. Oh, there's the accepted. Okay, so completed mission stage 2. There's a 2,700, 2,700, right about that area. There's a 4,000 conquest. That's for gaining a level. So yeah, we didn't get a lot of reward for the other stages. So. Okay, let's talk to Captain Rivar.
It's over. The reactor's secure. The Empire now has a deal with the Ortolans.
I was hoping they'd stay on. The last time we took over a reactor, we had to translate all their labels into BASIC. I'll ask Command to send reinforcements there. Looks like we're going to be holding some ground after all.
You said pirate outposts are hooked up to the reactor. What happens to them?
We cut their power and watch them run to a shelter with heat. They're easy pickings then. But such trifles are our duty, not yours. You would be more useful at Thesh Outpost on the glacier. The captain there is a friend. He's been wounded, and his outpost is battling a group of survivalist fanatics called the Hailstorm Brotherhood. You could make the difference.
I have other matters in mind.
I see. Well, too much to be hoped for, I suppose. If you'll excuse me, I need to go check on the installation process for our guns. Good day.
So we'll stick with that, because we'll still get the quest. Or maybe not.
Let's see the Republic try to get in here now.
We'll see if it pops up over there. I didn't think you could refuse the planet quest, so... Okay, so what we're going to do is see how good my memory is. So we're going to jump in here, work our way to our next outpost. And when we cut through here, I want to check on two things. One, is there a mission over here that I seem to remember existing? Nope, I don't see it, so maybe it's just a false memory. And then two, since we refused that mission, can we reacquire it? Because theoretically, now that we're coming out here to this outpost, there's our origin story mission. Not sure why this one hasn't kicked in yet. There we go. So this is our next quest hub, and yep, so even though we kind of refused, right, all that probably would have done is be go talk to Captain Eth, so we can pick up our planet story mission here, even though we kind of played it like, I'm not going to do it.
Please return to the medical bay. You may further injure yourself by walking.
I heard you the first 5 times. Now be silent. I have an outpost to defend. So, you made it past the pass in the mountains. I'm surprised the Hailstorm Brotherhood let anyone through.
Yep, see, so here's the same conversation. So, if we would have been more positive, you know, it would have probably gave us a quest icon to come out here and talk to this guy.
Your old friend is alive and well. Hoth is turning our way.
Rivar. It is too long since I've heard from him. Apparently not doing so well he could send a fighting force. We've been cut off from the other outpost by the Hailstorm Brotherhood, a cult of madmen in the White Moor Pirates. You see this wound? Dressed it with seasonings from the rations when we ran out of colto. In a few days, we'll be eating boot leather to survive.
There's no glory in dying. Can you make it back to another outpost?
No retreating. I've spent too long in this ice patch to be driven off by some half-dressed freaks. Besides, They track us and attack. The Hailstorm Brotherhood are lying in wait in a pass between hills near here. You may be able to find them and wipe them out. Could you do this? Could you face the Brotherhood?
Pay me.
You've hired yourself a hunter.
Good. We will see how they fare when someone else has the advantage of surprise. Then, when you have the bodies piled... curse it, another stitch.
Sir, I did say you need to be on bed rest.
Very well. The Brotherhood like to use downed speeders as bait. They should be easy enough to find. Good hunting.
This guy doesn't seem very comfortable. You would think, I don't know how warm it is in here, but they should at least give him a blanket. Okay, let's see what we got. We've got a mission, There seems to be a second level. Let's collect what we can here. Another heroic.
Kushapitonki topini. Pampawula ji ota kakoga huta nupisto. Kunhuka taba tata kipuna.
You lost me.
Chunki faguta jiho poda ji oto vokise. Wanta humpa muri rava fupa ji pampawula.
They sound like my kind of people.
Poya tuka changa goptula dobata wana wanki.
He doesn't like me then.
Conchita. Chicos pa inikudat ijigliska chanagawa.
Where do I come in?
Kabanotase makipuna. Malituta odmishka. Kuchusa yomata chitoya. Nam kanoya choski nawi.
Alright, that was a heroic as well. So we are probably not going to do that one today. I like the way they do the droid talk. It's all mathematical.
Some people prefer a dishonest living. No point in letting the pirates sell all that spice.
Somebody just flew by. Oh, right. I don't think there's probably anything downstairs, but let's take a peek. And then we can just quick travel back out of the base. It's a long ways down. I'm going to guess most likely we'll be down here eventually. Alright, there's a Sith Warrior phase, so their mission's down here. Don't see anything else. Okay, let's look around. So we've got, there's our heroic. For right now, I'm going to go ahead and turn them off. What else do we've got? There's our spice things. There's our planet quest. There's our class quest. We'll shoot down here. This is a path down into like a big canyon around this volcano. And I think we can get moving. Alright, 15 minutes before we're supposed to end. I think timing wise we'll probably be pretty close to wrapping up at least this quest run. Alright, well there's a bonus quest I wasn't expecting. So what is that? Defeat White Fang Stalkers. And that's a bonus to our... Oh, let's go cut south here a little bit. There'll be a bonus to our planetary quests. Okay, now we should be able to cut over. I think that'll take us down, but we want to stay up here on the top. He was way out of the range. Oops, where's the bonus? Yeah, it was way back here. I didn't expect that. Okay, so told us about speeders as bait. So there's a speeder that's clickable. So I'm going to guess that's going to spawn the ambush. Alright, there's one. Let's see if we can get him too. Come on. There we go. The only downside to that is sometimes you'll run out of his spawn rate and or spawn area. So he'll return. Okay, so there's an interesting thing. So while we were within range of the bonus, we were not in the range of the codex entry. So that's interesting. Alright, where'd that speeder go? And we need to defeat 3 ambushers. We'll see if we defeat them all in one spawn or we have to go find more things. Yep, that was 1 ambush, so to defeat 3 ambushes. And we need 2 more big cats. There's another one down there. Mako grab that. There's another stalker. See if we can find 2. Do them at the same time. There's another one. Alright, so we'll get to about... I hit it just too late. So 30 meters is your range. Grab that one. Slip over, grab that one.
I'm not scared of you.
And then hopefully... These 2 guys after me. One down. 1 to go. 2 down. Alright, now we're just down to finding speeders. We saw one back this way. Oh, there's lots of them over here. Another ambush here. Not very effective. They all get in this big group.
Scared of you.
Make my life easy. Alright. Let's keep heading east. East to find a speeder. One thing about Hoth that is nice, kind of the same thing on Tatooine. There's not a lot of ground clutter. So both from a rendering standpoint and also finding things on the ground standpoint. Oh, these guys are a little better spread out. A little smarter. He's got his own little thing going on over there. We'll save him. What a way to go. Alright, cleared that. I'm not going to bother with the heroic right now. we've got the spice thing. So this is a bridge. I don't think there's a way down over here outside of just leaping. We'll take a peek over the edge of the bridge. Also get some exploration. But so there's kind of the center section. And then this is kind of a area that's down. And there's lots of different quests for different classes down here. I know this is a path down. I think there's a Republic path down on this side. So since we've already bothered to drive over here, we'll go ahead and see. Or if it just gets low enough, but that's not something we're going to survive. Sometimes there'll be little ledges where you might be able to drop down. There's definitely a path down over there. So if we have to go there, we can. That may be what we end up doing. Yeah, but I don't think any of these are going to be a friendly way down. There is a class. There's a Sith Inquisitor phase. So again, from a level design standpoint, you can kind of see what they do, right? Like, you know, all of our different classes are going to have missions down here in this section now. What's down here? That's a Republic phase. And so it kind of keeps you paced, keeps you moving forward. You know, all these little things that we see on the ground are for different quests. That's archaeology, gathering mission. So you design the level so that you get a lot of mileage out of the things that are here, but also just from again, if you're playing in a group, it's nice if, you know, everybody in the group, even if you're in different classes, are going to the same general area. Like if you had, you know, the Sith Inquisitor was up here and the Warrior was over here and the Bounty Hunter's down here and the Agent's over here, then what's the point of playing together? Because you have to all separate anyway. Okay, what are we looking for? Oh, we probably could have got some. So we're looking for something that looks like spice. Now, is that a... I don't see anything clickable over there. So there's different ways that we might collect this. Is it off the people? Is there a machine that we're going to have to harvest it from? Is it a node on the ground? I was expecting kind of like a little harvester from the way I interpreted the conversation. But also, if you notice the way they've built out this mission, these are pretty small little circles, so it might be that we have to get relatively close. Oh, this will be a nice easy fight. I don't know if we can bring them over there. Got out of range. I was hoping to use the... Wow. Why am I so low on health? Miko's not doing her job. Okay, so I think we're coming up on a circle up here. So let's see if we can find what we're looking for. Once you find the first one, then it tends to get easier because you kind of know what you're looking for. There you go, spice crate. So it is a pick stuff up or blow stuff up. Now, given that it was a nice little crate on the ground, yep, we're going to assume that the area will have more than one. There we go. Now we're kind of in the groove. Now, I'm not 100% sure if we'll get all 6 in this area or have to go to another area. We'll see how many they put around here. Seem to be pretty plentiful. It's a pretty tight little circle, but like it feels like if we get out here, yeah, so this is like right on the edge of the circle. So I wouldn't expect to see the crates out here. So yeah, I'm not seeing anything out in this area. Now we can get the Brotherhood. So that one's not really following the circle. Like if we come and kill this group here, we're still getting the others, but the crate spawning seems to be pretty tight into those circles. So we'll work our way back this way, and if we can't find enough here, we'll just go on to the next one. I would guess eventually those will respawn. So if you wanted to wait it out, seems convenient that there are 3, and our goal is to get 6, so it's kind of forcing you to go to 2 different spawns. You know, so we can go up to that one. If we would have been paying attention, probably could have picked them up when we came down that way. Because these are out in the open world, it feels like they would respawn. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead. How big is this area? It's got some size to it. So something you can do sometimes is if you've got another mission to run like that, you could go in, run that mission, run back out, come back out here, pick up some more crates. Feels like there were 4. Yeah, we got 4. And then by the time you get done with that mission and come back out here, the crates will have respawned. The downside to that is if you want to do that, then you can't just quick travel out. So, you know, which one's going to be faster? It's hard to say. This spawn up here is a ways away, so probably could have made a case for just go in, take care of the class mission, and then come back out and see if the crates had respawned. But we're getting close now anyway. What do we need? We need like one more group for the bonus, and now we're looking for crates. Alright, this group has a crate. Oh, 2 crates here. I think that'll finish you folks.
Just a pretty sidekick, Buster.
Knock out our pirates. Blow up our crates. So there were 2. Now we made 4. And another phase. So there's your warrior phase. So yeah, it looks like they put 4 in each area. So because there was, I thought I saw 2 more. There's definitely one with them. I thought I saw another. Oh yeah, right there. So they're kind of forcing you back to 2 areas. And we'll collect some bioanalysis. Alright, let's work our way back. And again, just because we like to explore the mechanics of the game, we've now been gone long enough and out of the area. We're going to go back and see. Now they won't be highlightable. I won't be able to click on them anymore. But we should be able to see if those crates have respawned. So if we would have went into the instance and come back out here. Yep, there you go. So there's your respawned crate. We could have just come back out here and harvested stuff. So there's another mercenary. I don't know if they're going in or out. We're going in. Notice it said mounts aren't allowed. As long as you're mounted as you come in, you get a little bit of a run before it completely kicks you off. Alright, you had another bonus. So this time we're hunting down the... I can't remember. Something we needed the heat resistor for, like a foreman. foreman that runs a smelter for metal or something. Okay, take out minions is what we're looking for. Looks like they're all counting. Alright, so here's a situation where I'm guessing we'll probably have plenty down here. But this is an instance, and sometimes you'll run across some that are like just enough enemies. So if you miss one, you don't get a bonus. So since we're here anyway, we're going to go ahead and take out this elite. Before we head down the elevator. Big, long, deep elevators on Hoth. Ooh, that was close. Where did Mika go? Oh, there she is. Sometimes you can get your companions killed doing stuff like that. This elevator's pretty slow, so a jump is not causing a bunch of damage. Alright, let's get the guy walking. Yeah, so sometimes, if you're not worried about getting hurt or dying, try to get that walking mobile guy in the group. That way you can use your group attacks. Because if they walk up on you and they're ranged, they'll stay out of the range of the fight. Alright, what are we looking at here? Entrance into some kind of a... almost looks like a natural cavern of some kind. Just the way it's shaped. And this looks like a lake of... I'm gonna guess lava. Probably not water. Sitting right about the time where I'll go ahead and go turn these quests in. Probably wrap it for this week. A couple of things, if you're still watching at this point, huge thank you. The watch time is much appreciated. I haven't talked a lot about Extra Life in this stream, to be honest, but we are streaming for Extra Life. Extra Life being a charitable organization that brings together game streamers with the idea of... make sure we didn't miss something. The idea of raising money for Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals.
Hey,
hold on.
Over here, please. You gotta help us. They've got us chained to the equipment, and they cut off our thermal shields if we give them any trouble.
He's not exaggerating. Alien scum are working us to death.
Help us.
Well, calling alien scum when an alien's trying to help you might not be a good idea.
What do I have to do to bust you out of here?
We need you to lock out the thermal shield controls and get the keys to our shackles so we can make a run for it. You can take my thermal shield if you can free us. You probably need it more than I do.
Don't be an idiot, that's suicide!
It's the only chance we've got.
It looks like we're going to help him no matter what, so it's interesting here. The choice isn't necessarily to do this quest or not. I could give him something, I could tell him to keep it, or I can just take it. Killing him for no apparent reason.
Don't go dying on my account. I'll be fine.
I hope you're right. No one else is going to come save us.
Look at you acting all selfless. I like it.
Thanks, Mako. Alright, so doesn't look like we would have a choice there anyway. We got 2 minions. We'll get those on the way in. So that's kind of a scripted one. Sometimes you'll run into these where it's like choose to help or choose not to help. That's what I was expecting. I was expecting you're on your own, forget about you. But that's not what we got. Okay, this choice did matter though. Generating minor heat damage. Oh, damage taken increase. So it's not doing damage to me, but it does mean I'm pulling more damage. Alright, let's see if we can group these guys up. But again, for the most part, unless we pull 3 or 4 spawns, we haven't really been having any difficulties in combat, so don't think that's going to cause a huge issue. And don't we have Blizz's thing? Whatever happened to that? A heat resistor that has been modified. Yeah, it doesn't seem to be that useful. Alright. What's next? Oh, we did the thing. You guys didn't run away. Oh, we can talk. It's not an
Radix in
actual
operational
conversation.
control. You should have the keys with him.
Oh, we gotta get the keys still. Alright. Don't see a reason to go up there. And honestly, we can probably skip most of these guys. So now what? Oh, moderate heat. Generating moderate heat, damage taken increased. Does water cool us down? What if we sleep in it? Oh, why didn't I stay asleep? Sleep. Huh, I'm not sure why you're staying. Maybe it's because of this effect, I don't know. Alright, let's quit playing around. Where are we supposed to go? That looks like up there, I'm guessing. Yeah, I was not being careful there. So there's a chance if I would have taken that prisoner's shield that I wouldn't have this effect. Would be my word on that particular mission. Just got some mail. Are we still working? No, we're not working for Ravar anymore. That might be from Ravar. Let's take a peek. Just curious. We'll check him at the beginning of the next stream. Oh, no, that's our deal we made to run the reactor. So, okay, what do we got here? Locate Ungen, that would be him. I see a fight coming. There's your river of lava or rock or whatever Bliss
quite
called
a
it.
kit you're sporting, bounty hunter. Bet you spilled a lot of blood to get it. Now, whose pride did I wound so badly that they resorted to a hired gun? The Republic? The Empire? Both?
What makes you think either of them sent me?
After crushing their forces the way I did, why wouldn't they? Doesn't matter. Whoever sent you obviously didn't warn you. Otherwise, you wouldn't be here. You really have no idea who I am, do you?
Braddock Ungen, deserter, pirate, dead man walking.
Is that right? I'm not some hack who couldn't cut it at boot camp, scumbag. I was one of the Republic's finest merc. Best training, best equipment, best assignments. If they'd offered the best pension, I'd probably still be there. If you came here looking for an easy kill,
I didn't
you
hear
made a
hunt,
grave mistake.
great hunt winner in there. Ooh, he's got our skill set. Okay, so always pay attention to that knockback, right? Not that it would kill us. We're going to go ahead and stick our back here. But getting a knockback like that, it's going to prolong the fight. I don't think we have that attack. Ours is slightly different. We can do the rocket version of it. Keep forgetting to use that shoulder cannon. The mail droid did well. Thank you, mail droid.
Let's do this.
Oh, I clicked on Mako.
Hope you like it hot, Jackna. I'm not dying alone.
Okay, let's see. Don't think we're supposed to bring him in alive. Just the Trandoshan.
Tell me what that console was controlling.
You'll feel it soon enough. Every thermal shield in the network's about to fail.
The prisoners, they're all gonna die.
If we hurry, we might be able to get them out of here.
Good luck. I wish I could live long enough to see you crawl.
Alright, we get to talk to the dude on the way out, but don't think that's going to have a huge effect. Now, interesting enough, let's see, I think I can jump out of there. Let's see if this does damage to us. Yep. I think the water shut it off, though. So a lot of times they'll have effects like that. If you run through fire, you'll be burning. Let's see if we can find a closer one. I don't think it lasts long enough to, it just naturally wears off anyway. Alright, this one's not going to trigger it. Will that one? I don't think I can get up there. Here we go. Nope, that's not enough to trigger it anyway, so. But you can do things like that, right? If you're on fire, work your way over to a water, put yourself out. Mostly you just let it wear off and then heal yourself. Okay, I think once we get out of here, moderate might go down. Yeah, we're back to minor. Did we get the
stars,
keys?
you made it.
I can't remember if we got the keys or not. Hopefully.
Thank the stars, you made it.
You're a credit to your kind, bounty hunter. Thank you.
Don't get captured again. I'm not handling any more rescues.
All right. Thanks for your assistance.
I thought we were goners. Thank you.
And then they just stand there. Story versus... So again, there's our field droid, right? Came back in. Alright. Escape the lava works. So, on these, most of the time, it's going to be just exit the area. So we're going to go ahead and quick travel out. Sometimes there'll be something right at the entrance or right at the exit that you'll have to deal with. So we might be running back down there. So, no, just kicked over our use our personal holocom. So we'll do that real quick here.
Liz? I'm getting nothing but dead air on my link. How do you have a working comm?
If this guy's such a big deal, why didn't I just start with him? If he's got an axe to grind, he might be willing to help take down the Trandoshan.
Omokobe kavamiga bene. Kodva kinesibe liwe nezin walazek handaleno.
Same as what we're doing. They earned each other's respect.
Babala mandayo. Masachakosa linjakan fuhun. Kodva kinesibe liwe nezin walazek handaleno. Ngo puta badalva no makatesco vami. Kinina ni halanesa nimba ni halakamanahama.
I'll chat with Voss as soon as I'm done with Kren.
Alright, so that one's going to be off in the next area. The Starship Graveyard is basically over here. Republic base, Imperial base, and then kind of a shared area. There in the center. Let's go ahead and go inside here. We've got our planet mission and our side quest.
The spice has been destroyed, and the pirates along with it. The pirates had a good idea. The Empire should think about getting into that market.
Alright. And now we turn this guy in.
I found the Hailstorm Brotherhood you spoke of. The pass is clear.
Is that so? Glad to hear their bodies are finally getting colder. Those maniacs have laughed at us for far too long. But here's something they don't know. We found out where they hide. The Hailstorm Brotherhood make camp in an open-air fortress cut out of the ice, not far from here. I guess caves were too easy. They obey what their beloved Master Sav tells them to. He's their legend, a man who can survive anywhere. Kill the head of their little personality cult, and the body will fall apart.
What sort of things has this master survived?
A few poisoning attempts, walking on lava on Mustafar, and fighting just about everybody on Hoth at one time or another. Even when his men were killed at the Battle of High Ridge, he lived in the snow, hunting wampus with a spear made from an icicle. 3 weeks later, he strolled back to the ice fortress, none the worse. So if you see him, don't give him any chances.
I like number one.
You know, the more you talk about this guy, the higher the bounty gets.
If I sent you in saying he was a soft target, chances are you wouldn't come back alive. Master Sav is responsible for this. For me. For my men. When you kill him, you let him know what a mistake he made leaving me alive.
Alright, so that's going to be in that kind of center area, I bet. There you go. Little fortress, that's with all that. Again, Republic base is up here, so a lot of their missions are up in that area. Do a quick scout around the base here, but I don't see anything else. So I think that leaves us at a good stopping spot. Let's peek outside, make sure no missions popped up out here. Again, that's our heroic, that's our planet quest, and our class quest. So if you're still watching or watched live, thank you and appreciate the support. All the watch time is definitely helpful. Before we did the conversations, last reminder, we do stream for Extra Life. Extra Life is a charity that raises money for the Children's Miracle Network of hospitals. My personal hospital is Phoenix Children's. If you find the link in the chat or in the description, you'll find my donation page. There's a big green donate button. Click on that and it offers different ways to donate. All the money goes directly through the Extra Life and to Children's Miracle Network. So I don't have to take care of any of that, but all of that is definitely appreciated. Next week, being the first stream of the month, I think we're going to mix things up a little bit. Star Wars The Old Republic on the 3rd is starting a double experience week, which will cover next weekend's stream. So what I'm going to try to do is create a brand new character and see if we can go from level 1 to level 80 in 8 hours. So a doubling stream, but try to do it all in one go. For that, we're going to play in a different style. On this character, I've been playing where we've been watching all of the cutscenes and stories and, stopping and experimenting and different things like that. For next week's stream, we're going to play completely power gamer, where we're just going to dig in, skip through spacebar, and just see how fast we can go through. We're going to stack a whole bunch of XP, armor, and mods, and guild perks and consumables and the double XP. Last time I added all that up, it was 327% is how much it would actually give you. So that is the plan for next week. Keep an eye on my socials, mostly Facebook and Twitter, and I'll be popping up some information about that. We're going to start a couple hours early, so we'll start at 8 instead of 10 and go to 4 instead of 2, and I think we'll be really close to pulling off an 8-hour run. So that's our goal. We'll probably finish whenever we get to level 80. If we get done earlier, maybe, but that's what I'm calculating as being part of it. So hopefully you can join us for that. We'll also do some credit giveaways along the way, and have hopefully a lot of fun for our first stream of May. So with that being said, if you are able to donate for a good cause, we can help change kids' health. Definitely appreciate that. That being said, I hope you're enjoying the run through, and thanks for watching. Go watch, play, or create something great.